Good morning, everyone. We will open today with a welcome to country from Wurundjeri Elder Perry Wondon. I'd like to welcome you.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, just got a I was taking a photo of my young cousin up here, Lewis. He doesn't need a ladder. He can stand that tall and do that. God, he's about 7 foot tall. I cannot believe it. And then Malcolm's taking a photo of me. Sorry, I got this big bald patch on my head, so it stood out. No, that's fine. Good morning, everybody. As you heard, my name's Perry Wondon, Wurundjeri Elder, and here to do welcome to country of my father's country and his father before. Firstly, I must pay respects to all my elders, both past, present and emerging, all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We had a very busy weekend. We just started our full group native title. So we're coming to take everything. No. We're coming to get rightfully what's our land that's been taken over the last couple of years. I'm also on the boundary committee, so we're finding quite a bit of evidence, and it's been overwhelming, the stuff that we have been able to find over the past, I'd say, 5 years. And to get Hanging Rock's traditional name, Bungiwurrun, Bunggiwurrun, as William Barrick expressed to Howard in so many documents, being a historian. And we've been able to gather material. It's been a struggle, as you know, through your life, trying to find any information. But we're getting more and more. We want to really find the truth, and we're digging deep. We have to get permission wherever we go, of course, but to find that and to pass it on. And of course, the weekend, Father's Day, my oldest son give me this little box, I open it up, stubby holder. I didn't have a clue who the bloke was on the thing, and he goes, I looked inside. He's the oldest, and he's presented my 4th grandchild will be coming. So I'm very proud of that. But his younger sister's already got 3 boys. So, but what do you do? It was a great weekend to meet up with family that I'd met, but not that much. And for the rest of our mob here in Melbourne to catch up with people they've never even seen. And the funny thing about it, because my grandfather, their average height was about 5'5", 5'6", and as you see, our average height is 5'8", and beyond, especially with Lewis, who's almost 7 foot, and to meet these people who are just under your armpits. And it's an emotional thing, but you just look and have a look at the features of everybody, and very much so. But it's a great feeling, and I hope you get everything what you want. Oh, that's me again. Lucky it's not the bald. But I hope you get everything done today, because it's better inside than out. It's shocking outside. So I wish everybody the best and safest for 2025. It's been a journey for us this year, and I know it's a journey for yourselves. So please stay safe. Wurundjeri, everybody, welcome. Yumin Kundi Bit Wurundjeri Wurrung, meaning welcome to the land of Wurundjeri people, and we are the Willambullid. We all my family lives in Hillsville. We are the last of 6 clans. And I've got to mention too, because we had Simon Wonga, who led everybody up there, Corrandirk. William Barrick, most prolific Aboriginal man, I think, in Victorian history, being able to get the mission shut down. Passed on to my great-grandfather, Robert Wandun. That's our original name, as you see, Wandun. Town Wandun in the Yarra Valley is named after my great-grandfather. When he passed away in 1908, we had no one else. And then my father was last to be born at Corrandirk in 1933. Granny Jemima was allowed to stay on the property for the rest of her life from 1924, and she lived there for 20 more years. My father was the last to be born there in 33, and became the first Aboriginal player to play for St Kilda. Go Saints. Next year, look out. Okay, look, enjoy yourselves, everybody, and I do appreciate it. Thank you for listening to my story, and please stay safe. Thank you.
Hi everyone, and thank you, Perry, for that incredibly warm and generous welcome. It heartens us to be welcomed to your lands in such a way, so thank you. I'd also like to add our acknowledgement, as we do at Informit, always to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, elders past and present, and to all of you who are here today. Thank you. I'm Malcolm Neal. I'm the Director of Informit, and it's a real privilege and honour to welcome you to the 2025 Kummargii Yulendji Symposium. I was appointed just a touch under a year ago, so I just missed the last one, but I could see everywhere before I joined here people talking about it, and I couldn't wait to be part of this particular edition, the third. And can I just say that it is something that we at Informit are deeply committed to, and we look forward to many more of these. And to that end, I'd like to acknowledge the support of our parent organisation, RMIT Up, in particular, their board chair, Mish Eatsman. Mish is, and just let me tell you who she is. She is the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Vocational Education at RMIT University, but most importantly, our board chair. She holds many other positions, including the Vice-Chancellor's Advisory Group on Gender-Based Violence Prevention. And I'd also like to thank my CEO, Jake Heinrich, for being here. His support for this is also incredibly important for this event's future and ongoing success. So thank you both. In 2023, Informit and CAVAL co-hosted the inaugural symposium with the aim of bringing together experts from the library, academic and publishing sectors to discuss how to describe, apply and amplify Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander publications. Not a small program, I have to say. The symposium was named by Bunurong Elder, Narwit, Professor Carolyn Briggs, for which Carolyn may like to correct me on my pronunciation. And Kummargii Yulendji means knowledge is rising in Bunurong. Today, we are thrilled that Narwit Carolyn is here, or will be a little bit later, joining us for our Meanjin panel, and more on that a little later too. First Peoples' knowledges and research contributions continue to rise. Today we will hear from many teams and individuals doing amazing work, contributing to this movement that is working towards indigenising the sector. Looking forward, Informit reaffirms our commitment to the amplification of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices, combating misinformation, racism and embedding Indigenous perspectives and knowledges on our platform, in our products and thus through researchers and schools throughout the country. We look forward to offering the resources that are necessary for the critical discourses of First Nation issues. Kummargii Yulendji Symposium and the movement it gives platform to continue to grow, and we, as I said, have committed to the future of this symposium as well. Later today, I'll reflect on the idea of value and the importance of events like this that sit outside the insidious ideology that places economics and finance at the heart of much of what we do. But for now, may I say that the value of what we do here today is not measured in financial outcomes or economic imperatives, but in increased understanding, learning and sharing. Events like today help shape us as a community, and so in that spirit, I extend a very warm welcome to all the presenters and online attendees, and thank you for being here to continue this vital work. I will now hand over to Sarah Germain, Deputy CEO of CAVAL, to say a few words and introduce our first keynote speaker.
Thank you, Malcolm. I'm Sarah Germain, Deputy CEO of CAVAL, and on behalf of CAVAL and Informit, I'd like to welcome you to our third Kummargii Yulendji Symposium. As you can see, I'm not Jamie. Jamie McCowan is unfortunately struck with appendicitis and is stuck in hospital. But she is online, so if you're online and you're in the audience, please do say hi to her and please send her our well wishes. Registrations for this symposium filled really quickly, and by registering and attending, whether online or in person, you are sending a signal that there is a continued need to share and discuss how we describe, apply and amplify Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander research outputs and publications. Now in our third year, we have put together an informative and packed program with a lot of our speakers coming to us through an expression of interest. We understand that there's a lot to digest and with a range of speakers and presenters representing publishers, academic institutions and the information profession. It is our hope that something resonates with you and that you take the information back to your organisation to improve processes and change perspectives. I know that this will happen for me at each symposium and I don't doubt that it will happen again. Informit will continue to sponsor this symposium to facilitate opportunities for sharing and engaging as long as you keep registering, contributing and submitting your projects to be shared to learn from each other. We want to take a moment to acknowledge the racist events that occurred on the 31st of August. These actions caused real harm and we do not shy away from naming them what they are: racism and neo-Nazism. At the same time, gatherings such as this symposium exist to counter that harm, to bring people together, to learn from one another, and to amplify voices that often go unheard. This space is for us to strive to listen and learn with respect, to share openly, and to ensure that every participant feels valued and welcomed. In coming together today, we affirm the collective commitment to equity and inclusion and to build relationships to reflect upon those values. So before we start, just a little bit of housekeeping. The toilets can be found on just upstairs on level 6 or downstairs on level 4, above and below this foyer, and can be accessed via the lifts or the stairs. Morning tea and lunch and afternoon tea will be served outside in the foyer, and tea and coffee will be available all throughout the day, so feel free to keep yourselves caffeinated and get up, stretch, go for a walk if you need to, and please do feel free to leave the building if you need to. It should be quite easy to get back inside. To access the guest Wi-Fi, there should be information coming up, but please select the RMIT guest Wi-Fi, which should bring up the login page. If you click on event, and the event code should be 339680. We are grateful to be part of Social Sciences Week. We encourage you to use the official hashtag for the week of SSW 2025. However, please turn off your devices or put them on silent during the presentations. Now to introduce Tiriki Onus. Tiriki Onus is a Yorta Yorta Djadjawurrung artist, academic and filmmaker. Tiriki's research specialism is in the histories and practices of Indigenous arts and the Eastern Australia. He currently holds the role of Pro-Vice Chancellor of Indigenous, as well as the head of the Willan Centre for Indigenous Arts in the Cultural Development, and co-director of the Research Unit for the Indigenous Arts and Cultures in the Faculty of Fine Arts and Music at the University of Melbourne. Tiriki's work fosters innovation in research, development, advocacy, representation and inclusion of Indigenous arts and cultural practices and practitioners in the Academy. His presentation is titled Lochbadan Dungulunja Thrivance and Other Anti-Colonial Practices. Please welcome Tiriki Onus.
There we go. It works. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, Sarah. And what an honour, a joy and a privilege it is, dear friends, to be here with you, to be here on this Kulin country, on this Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country, to live and work as I have the great honour between Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and Bunwurrung countries. And to know that I do this on country which has had song, dance, art and story poured into it for thousands upon thousands of generations. I take a great deal of comfort in knowing that the stories, the work that we do here now in our various pursuits of knowledge sharing, of knowledge production, are not particularly new here. They're all very exciting, but we follow in the footsteps of thousands of generations of people who have done just the same. The medium changes a little, but the spirit and the essence have lived in this country since the beginning of all things. Thank you for that introduction, Sarah. As you say, my name is Tūki. I'm a Yulendji Symposium artist and academic and maker. I have got the great honour of being both the head of the Willand Centre for Indigenous Arts and Cultural Development and the Pro-Vice Chancellor Indigenous at the University of Melbourne. But I also have the extraordinary honour of getting to practice my art, my culture, and to engage in the ongoing maintenance and indeed thrivance, and I'll come more to that later on, of creative and cultural practice here in and on these lands. And when I was asked to come and speak today, I did wonder at first what the best approach was going to be. How would I come and present on notions of engaging with Indigenous knowledges through the Academy? What are some of the pitfalls and stumbles? What is part of the conversation that perhaps we haven't been given access to as much? Or how can we address the fact that so many of us are oftentimes doing very similar things in little pockets, but not necessarily finding spaces to tie together? And that, folks, is why this space here is particularly exciting. So I'm incredibly grateful to Informit and CAVAL for holding a space like Kummargii Yulendji, where we get to see that extraordinary strength and resilience and resistance and thrivance of others who are working in this same area. Because I would argue that for many of us, the stories of here are stories which have been kept from us all collectively, black, white, brindle, or wherever we may come from. And had things gone a little differently on this place 2.5 centuries ago, right there at that sharp, pointy part of invasion, we would be having very different conversations now. Had the law, LAW and LORE of this place been observed, we would have been brought in under the umbrella of that Wurungi Bik, the law of this country here. We would have been told how we can engage with and access the stories here and what our role and responsibility would be. For this has always been country which has welcomed guests, and I stand here very consciously now as a guest. This is not my traditional country. This is country to which my grandmothers and grandfathers have come for thousands of generations to tell their stories. But they have done so as a guest, as I still do now, in this country which holds me and holds my family. And it has been very much a case of holding. And I thought today, as we started to talk about this, what was going to be the best way to go through it? Well, as I am very much my father's son in many ways and slightly autistic, I can't communicate through any other means that's not the telling of a story. So I thought we might share some stories, if that's all right with you, about the ways in which I have navigated this space, some of the pitfalls and stumbles that have come up, as you've already heard, with the establishment of the Research Unit in Indigenous Arts and Culture, which we created through the Willand Centre at the University of Melbourne in our Faculty of Fine Arts and Music. To share some of the ways in which I've had opportunities to challenge my own internalised colonialism at times as to how I might navigate through august institutions such as this or the University of Melbourne, places where we as First Peoples haven't necessarily always seen ourselves, but we've always been there. Because make no mistake, folks, as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we are among the most qualified people in the world at being the subject of someone else's research. However, as we seek to shift that dial, as we seek to move from being the subject to being the instigator, because of course we've always engaged in research in and around this country and within this land, as we seek to shift that dynamic, so too do we need to examine the systems in which we do it. Because so often we tend to accept the ways in which things have always been done as being an established and immovable structure. And they're not. They're not by any means. I remember when I first started sitting on an ethics committee and I loathed ethics. What is the point of this? It's just, I just can't go and have a conversation with my auntie anymore. Who the hell do you think you are? Then there was a moment during one ethics committee when I turned to the chair and I said, Rob, his name was Rob, I said, Rob, this bit here about methodology and approach and risk, yes, I said, it's an empty box. Yes, that's where you're supposed to write it in. I said, well, can one write anything in there? I said, well, yeah, within reason. I said, what? I could, for instance, start writing in all of the various cultural protocols that I think should be observed in this. Or I could use this space to start challenging the way in which research and extraction and the saving of knowledges, where they're put away safely in an archive where no one can access them and so therefore they can never be hurt, is perhaps not the unambiguous good that it's been presented to us as. Well, yeah, I guess so, Cherokee. And increasingly this has been my experience of moving through academia, of realising that I myself have internalised a whole bunch of assumptions. I didn't think I belonged in universities. I came to University of Melbourne because Michelle Evans, who some may know, was the University of Melbourne's Faculty of Business, head of the Dylan Doohan Centre, in those days head of the Willan Centre, conned me up to come in and give one guest lecture and then never let me leave. And my story is not individual to me, folks. I know many of us as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in academia have found our way into this system through side doors, through perhaps less traditional methods, but where we've been recognised for our knowledge, our diplomacies and our ability to move between different spaces and knowledge systems. I was really fortunate that I grew up with a tremendous black privilege. We were really poor, didn't have a whole lot, but I grew up in a family that took incredible pride in our identity. I was able to name my country, my ancestral lands. I had smatterings of language that we spoke at home. All little treasures that I gathered to myself in an attempt to make me stronger, to find ways to straighten my spine and lift up my head. And I'm also very conscious that this was a privilege, and it is not a privilege that is necessarily afforded to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, through no fault of their own. It does not make me any better than them in any way. However, we get pushed into these conversations and these conflicts within ourselves and our communities when it comes to navigating a supposed trauma of loss. And loss being this word which is very directly focused at First Peoples quite often. The loss of language, the loss of story, the loss of culture, like somehow we let all of these things slip down the back of the couch with the TV remote. Whereas there are, in fact, stories. Our communities, our societies are replete with stories, not just in Aboriginal Australia, of those who stepped across an artificially imposed cultural abyss and started to challenge these narratives of loss, who started to talk from places of strength. And that's the other part that I really wanted to touch on today, because so often in our engagements with the stories of here, we play from sheet music which was set up a long time ago, one which serves the purpose of a settler colonial state which seeks to expropriate land from its rightful owners, certainly, and one which oftentimes will water down the agency, the experience of First Peoples, and will not speak to strength, Because whilst we're very, very used to being the subjects of research here in this country, we are also very used to engaging in discourses that are deeply steeped in deficit and loss. And rarely do we have strength-based conversations. But I did grow up with a privilege. I grew up with the privilege of knowing my family, myself, of being able to find, to some extent, my bulawuri bugaja, as we would say, this idea of a belonging place. Here I am at about age 8, I think, standing at Redfern Station with my father in the late 1980s. Also on the right with my Murungun adopted family, right the way up there in the top end of Australia. My adopted skin grandfather, Wamut, as we called him, was extraordinarily influential in the life of me and my father. He was so moved by that which had been taken from us here in the southeast that he brought us into his family. He shared stories and our lives. I often joke that I grew up in the backseat of a Toyota 4Runner, and it's only a half a joke because we would spend every available moment driving from here in Naarm all the way up through the centre of Australia and out to Garmity Outstation on the Blythe River in Northern Arnhem Land, right at the very top of the Northern Territory. Along those trips, oftentimes we would be collecting treasures that we'd found by the side of the road over the course of the day. Roadkill. Birds and animals that had met their ends in unceremonious fashion on the bull bars of trucks and buses and cars up and down the Sturt Highway. And then at night time, as we would be coming in, we'd camp generally on the outskirts of towns, and we'd sit there and Dad and I would pluck the birds that we'd found to use the feathers in artworks. And it explained to me how there was magic in the murup and the spirit of these animals. It was the same magic that flowed through us from country, and if we respected it, it would in turn inform who we were, our practice, and we would connect to and respect all of the weight and strength of the story that bird, that creature, that country carried with it. And every now and again, there'd be a real piece of treasure. There'd be a possum. On very rare occasions, there'd be an echidna, which was amazing because everyone in your family would be set with jewellery for a good couple of years. But every now and again, there'd be a possum. And we'd sit there, usually out in the desert somewhere, probably in Gokatha or Arabana country, where the heat of the day hasn't quite left, and that freezing cold of the desert night hasn't risen up through the soles of your feet yet. And we'd skin possums. And as we salted the skins and put them away to eventually take them home and nail them up on the back of the house as Dad would to dry, he'd explain to me about how once upon a time our old people, our Yenbana, had worn bigunga possum skin cloaks, that our stories had been incised on the inside of that skin. Stories for country which we held responsibility for. That when it came time for ceremony, we would turn that bigunga, that jukum jukum, that wallet wallet, inside out, and process through that ceremony ground for everyone to see, so that they knew us as women and men, as people of degree and standing and stature for the stories of country that we quite literally carried on our backs. And so I desperately wanted my own bigunga. And he promised me that whilst he hadn't done it, whilst his father hadn't done it, he'd been told these stories as a boy, just as I was being told these stories now. And that if we kept telling the story, eventually we would make our bigunga again. Might take a few generations, but that the story held the power. Far more than the tangible object itself. Even more perhaps than the act of doing was the importance of the telling. And how we tell and understand the power of that telling was, in and of itself, an extraordinary act of resistance, resilience, and thrivance. Because we can talk about return and reclamation, we can talk about rematriation and repatriation and how stories are brought back. Rarely, though, are we given the opportunity to talk about how those stories never left. And so often, folks, that is the truth. Whether we are doing the thing with our hands or not, we are given the value of that story. We are taught to yearn. And as we share stories and as you all in this room share information, as Malcolm said so beautifully, to amplify Indigenous voice, we are teaching one another to yearn appropriately as well. And a key part of that yearning is then to understand how we also then navigate our own positionality and our own place in that conversation, wherever we might come from. So a few years ago, I tried to quit my job at the University of Melbourne, about 10 years ago. But not out of the ordinary. I've tried it 3 times, never been successful. But when I did, I was offered an opportunity. They said, look, Cherokee, don't go. Why don't you take on this new fellowship we're starting, the Hutchinson Indigenous Fellowship? What would you like to do with it? I said, well, I want to make a cloak, but one of those old kind. I want to stitch it with kangaroo sinew. I want to scrape it down with rachu mussel shell knives. I want to make them with raw possum skins. I want to do all those steps. Everything that my old people did with their hands, I want to sit and do those things with my hands as well. And they said yes. And so I took the best part of a year and I started working with community, other knowledge holders who all each said the same thing. Whenever I told them I was going to make a cloak in this fashion, they'd say, well, I was going to do that. So, no, that's fine. Come and we'll do it together. And we did. We started running public workshops. You can see there in the bottom left of the screen. That's me in the top right-hand corner laying out possum skins over our backyard to dry and be cured in various fashions, because everyone had a different opinion about how this was done. I thought I had a pretty shrewd idea, but that wasn't the point. We had to see this one through as a community, as more and more people came on, because it wasn't just my knowledge that was important. The way, the value that others held for those stories, the value that they placed around that same act of doing with their hands what others had done in this place, was not a feeling that I had a monopoly on. And at the end of it all, this cloak was completed. I didn't really care about much else. I just wanted to make it. I wanted a big a cloak for myself. Didn't really feel like I had one at the end of this, because there were over 100 people who'd poured their story and their practice and their knowledge. So I kind of had this community cloak of which I was custodian. But we finished it all. And this was my first kind of, I suppose, big material, tangible research output that wasn't a piece of writing. But it was a document in and of itself. It documented a community that had been built around it, communities of yearning that had come together, and it documented a process of cultural thrivance and practice which had stretched all the way across from the very first conversations my grandfather had with my father around a fire when he was a kid, to those the ones that my father had with me, and that I then eventually got to enact. And so I had to prepare a report. So I wrote up a report about this whole process and how incredibly sound it was, and they sent it back and said, Cherokee, this isn't really a report, you just told a story. So terribly sorry, I thought that was kind of the point. But so I came back, I made it sort of dry report, and I said, oh, we'd love to get some photographs taken. We've organised a photographic studio to take some pictures. I said, oh, fantastic, great. So you'll go along, this is the address. I was sent along. I dressed in a suit, beautiful tie, I was decked out, because they said we'll do some headshots while you're there too. Great, I thought. I'd also trained as a classical performer. I did my undergraduate degree in opera. So I thought, chance to get new headshots, fantastic. So along I went in my suit, looking rather dapper, I thought, with my cloak, and got there and they said, oh, look, this is fantastic. Look, we've been looking at some images of older cloaks and we're quite taken. So if you'd just like to go into the dressing room there, you can get ready and we'll begin. Dressing room? It's a cloak, I just throw it over the top, it's fine. Oh, yes, but we were thinking, we just thought, like, there were some photos that we just thought. Would you like me to take my shirt off? Is that what you're saying? Well, I mean, we're not saying that, but yes. So, all right. So I insist we do some with the suit and everything as well. But I acquiesced at some point, and I got from this my Noble Savage photograph. Would you like to see my Noble Savage photograph? All right. There we go. There I am. Surely I am a man of the land. Here I am in my natural habitat. It's just off the car park down at Bond Beach. There was a function going on at the yacht club next door. So all of these Lexuses and Bentleys and BMWs and Rolls start driving past as I'm standing here. But it was really interesting because from this came a question about, well, how am I going to present the sophistication of this story more and more? And I told this story back to colleagues and friends at the university, and a very, very dear friend and colleague of mine, the wonderful Associate Professor Sally Trelawney, non-Indigenous ethnomusicologist who's worked in Indigenous communities for many years, said, look, this is always a challenge, Tiriki. Why don't we bring together some more of our communities of practice and we'll start creating symposia to have together. We'll start just making artwork together and dancing together, performing together, and through that we'll start troubling this ground. Why don't we start a research unit? So we did. We invited together all of the various practitioners and communities with whom we worked, over 30 different Aboriginal nations represented from right across the country, from many down here in and around the southeast of the continent, out through the Central Desert, up to the Kimberley, out to northern Arnhem Land, northwest Arnhem Land, north central Arnhem Land, and right down the east coast. They were all just our friends. It was fantastic. We were so excited about this space. We were going to create a space that was Indigenous, authored and entirely held. We were going to do so with our knowledges from here. But how would we author such a space? What was to be the foundational document of this new research unit in Indigenous arts and culture? Well, it seemed only right that we would use the bigunga. We would bring our communities together and we would physically stitch our stories into the same place, drawing all of our knowledges together in one place to create a foundational document that then would be gifted, with a good deal of obligation, to the faculty, to the office of the Dean, so that he would have to publicly take that bigunga, that wallet, that jukum, that cloak, in front of a whole bunch of other people and, at least in theory, commit to maintaining this space for Indigenous knowledges within the faculty. Surely the creation of such a document would be an unambiguous good. And here it is. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, because it wasn't necessarily an unambiguous good. In the enthusiasm with which I'd approached this, I had come with a very single-minded view. I'd become very blinkered in this approach, and to me and all of my colleagues around, we hadn't necessarily thought this process through. Rather, we'd gotten terribly excited about doing something that we thought was going to have meaningful impact, which was going to shake up the academy, which was going to challenge the ways in which our stories and knowledges had been engaged with, and which was going to move us forward. So in some of these first workshops, you can't see the red, oh, there, the tiny little red pointer, up here in the top right, we presented that bigunga that we'd made as part of the Hutchinson Fellowship to the group. We told them what the cloak they were going to be making would look like. We showed them the materials. We went through this whole process of sharing all of the deep knowledges which had, to me, felt so hard won. As our community sat there nodding politely, going through. And it was Senior Rakrak Mararangu Elder, Pai Linda Ford, to whom I'm deeply indebted, who very gently, after having presented that bigunga, that cloak in the top right-hand corner, pulled me aside and said, "Bubby," and you always know when an auntie starts off saying Bubby, oh good, I'm in trouble. "Bubby, not really sure about this possum thing, So, oh, what do you mean? Was there a bit that you didn't understand about what we're going to do? No, well, see, the possum's our grandmother up in our country. Brought language, brought law. We've got possum dreaming. We can't engage with it, touch it like that. Oh, shit. And as she's very gently started explaining to me, she said, and look, I think some of the Kimberley mob might be a bit unsure about this. And the young Kimberley fellas who were there said, look, you know, we love that possum too. He brought us law. And I don't know if we're allowed to use the possum, if we're allowed to eat it or not. If it's our totem, as some might say. It's a somewhat arcane term, but it will do in a pinch. And we can't get the old man who does know on the phone because he's out bush. So we're not really sure yet either. Now, we were presented at this point with a choice. Seemingly the road split in two directions. One was, well, look, you just don't have to do it. And the people, the Victorian people who are here, to whom this story belongs, will do the cloak, we will make the cloak ourselves. We'll go down this fork and you can make other stuff and that'll be fine. Or we just don't do it at all. And again, Pai said, maybe there's a way where we talk about what we do to make this work right. And so instead of the production of the cloak, of the Bigunga in that moment, we instead broke out over the course of 3 days in different groups and started talking about the significance of our own stories. How might we make the making of a Bigunga and the maintenance of story across nations covering the whole continent? How might we honour those stories together and reach a meaningful outcome, which was, after much ambiguity, a good? And this is what we did. So instead of launching gung-ho, our symposium became this practice of diplomacies. And indeed, from then on, all subsequent symposia have been named accordingly, diplomacies of practice or some variation therein. Because just like the sharing of that story, the significance here was not about the tangible object itself, and not even about the doing, but they were in the way that we held spaces together and we made them right for one another. And this, dear friends, I think is one of the challenges which can sometimes present itself to us in these spaces. Because we did make our Bigunga. We made our Bigunga by bringing our communities together. We devised ceremony we each brought a piece of ceremony from their own country related to Batya, the possum, where we sang and smoked the cloaks through camp. As you can see, the cardboard box just down in the bottom right-hand corner there, still with the invoice attached, which were the skins which we were using, the Batya, possum skins. There we see first the crew of dancers from the Kimberley taking the box through, smoking it through. We sang them onto country. And for those who weren't able to physically touch, they, through other skin and familiar relations, gave stories to other people who then incised that into the surface of the cloak. The very fabric of that Bigunga, that cloak, is now infused with the diplomacies of this community of practice. That for us, in the act of doing, it was the process of getting to the doing that was in fact the most important. At the conclusion of that week, we ended again with launching our research unit with ceremony. The cloak was created. It was mostly stitched. I had to staple some of the skins together because we'd run out of time with all the talking. They're stitched now. There's Pai in front who led much of the women's group. We had women's and men's groups and other groups where we had come together to talk about our various roles and responsibilities in this space. The Bigunga of the cloak was danced all the way through campus to eventually come down into our one of our dance studios out the front, big black box, where the launch, whoop, we went too far, where the launch of our research unit in Indigenous arts and cultures actually took place. Far from necessarily being the unambiguous good that the creation of the cloak and even the research unit had started out as, now we were presented with an opportunity and a space in which to have a dialogue about how we wished to move forwards. And that increasingly, in working in institutions such as this and the University of Melbourne and others, I've come to realise is an opportunity that we don't necessarily afford ourselves. We don't often give ourselves the space to be able to challenge narratives that have been placed before us. We don't often get the opportunity to start speaking to the significance for ourselves of these processes. We're expected to divorce ourselves from the experience quite often. We're expected to hold a space for others without necessarily always seeing ourselves in this work. Indeed, sometimes we're taught that the best work of a good researcher is to divorce yourself from this and be purely objective, leaving very little room for the relational, very little room for the subjective, and very little room for the sorts of conversations that perhaps we need to have as we move forward. We are navigating Indigenous knowledges within a settler colony. This is a reality. We are trying to find ways forward in which we can be deeply based in strength, in a discourse that recognises the strength, the ingenuity, the thrivance, as Atakapa, Inishak, and Creole academic Andrew Jolivet would say. This practice of thrivance, which, despite narratives which have been shared to us to the contrary, has never gone away. Indeed, our stories thrive in these landscapes as they have for thousands of generations. Sometimes they might be somewhat more obscured, sometimes they might be whispered as opposed to shouted, but they persist. And this, I think, is part of a very meaningful dialogue we can now start to have about the way in which Indigenous knowledges are accessioned into our academies more broadly, the ways in which we see ourselves carrying a responsibility of amplifying stories of place and country and belonging. So often we are told, and so often, this is the thing, so often we tell ourselves that something must be done a certain way because, well, that's the way it's always been done. Indeed, one of the great prefixes of doom that I'm so often used to hearing as people give that gentle intake of breath and he's at it again. Tiriki, the thing you have to understand is, or the reality of the situation is, it's great, they're right up there with I'm not a racist but so often we accept the thing you have to understand or the reality of the situation without asking ourselves, is it actually a reality? And indeed, if I'm going to engage in a way that is more culturally safe and informed, how might I first examine my own positionality? For non-Indigenous allies and colleagues and friends, how might we make spaces that are safe enough for people to be able to speak to the yearning, to the desire, to the want, to the need, to that black privilege that I and other Aboriginal people have been brought up into? Because I don't see there being any necessarily being any impediment or barrier to my non-Indigenous colleagues and friends being able to turn around and say, you know, if things had gone differently here in the 1770s, if that Wurrungi Bik of this place had been observed, I would have a very different relationship with this place and the stories it contains. And you know what? I'm a bit pissed off about that. The opportunity to be able to move to a discourse of strength where we are given permission to yearn, not to be extractive, not to appropriate, they exist and they are bad things. But to be able to appropriately position ourselves in relationship to the knowledge that belongs here in these lands. And to consider how we might amplify that by understanding the inherent strengths that come from knowing the stories of the country beneath our feet is a wonderful and, I dare say, liberating opportunity for many of us. But we are not necessarily given that opportunity, or we're given frameworks. We assume that there are only certain things we can write in that box on the ethics form. And increasingly, we're finding that there are opportunities to rewrite and to challenge that narrative differently. It was a lot more fraught for me than just reclaiming technologies and stories that had sat in my family for thousands of generations to stitch together a handful of skins. It meant that I had to reckon with a new sense of place and belonging, with the weight and indeed the prejudices of a system that just assumed that any Indigenous representation was therefore going to be that unambiguous good. But representation, dear friends, is not liberation. And the opportunity for us to be able to think about how we create generative spaces to move forwards, I would contend, is really the most exciting part of this conversation. Because we don't talk about what it takes to navigate these spaces quite often. We talk about the good that we want to do. We talk about what we want to work against, and we're getting a lot better at that, and we should have that conversation. But we actually, very rarely do we talk about where we want to get to. And also, we don't talk about that cost that gets incurred along the way. So often when we want to work with Indigenous colleagues, we want to bring them along so that we can create safer spaces that are informed by Indigenous knowledge. We've started to have conversations about moving beyond the ideas of collaboration and consultation into meaningful co-design. And yet, quite often, we fail to see the load that is being taken on by First Peoples in this space. Because being Indigenous is not a panacea to inure us against all of these pitfalls and stumbles. In fact, the relational risk that we take on as First Peoples, working inside the institution, carrying both the expectations of our communities along with what we perceive to be the structures, the rules, if you will, of our institutions, can make this an incredibly fraught place in which to stand. And I could stand here for a great deal of the day and talk about colonial load. I could talk about the imposition that's made on First Peoples. How I've had people come into my office to talk about projects that they wish to realise, only for them to gradually get talked down by me over the course of sometimes quite a short period of time, depending on the mood that I'm in, to understand the reality of what they're doing. That quite often we do come to these spaces, even we are led by good principles of social justice, to say, I'm going to make a change and it's going to be great and everyone's going to love this thing because I love it. And I'm going to take it and I'm going to help these unfortunate people. And they're going to learn to do stop motion animation or whatever it might be. That was literally a conversation I once had. And in saying to someone, well, okay, and I love that you want to consult with community and you've found someone that's going to stand up for you and help you facilitate this. But if everything goes terribly and the workshops don't work out, what's the worst case scenario for you? Oh well, that'd be really bad because this is part of my research project. I'd have to I'd have to acquit that to the funding bodies, I'd have to write about it, have to explain why it didn't work. I said, okay. So you'd have an unpleasant time. But to the Aboriginal person in that community, they're carrying all that relational risk, not just them, their family, their children, everyone else. If you go in and you really make an issue out of this, what then is their recourse? And this is not to talk anyone down from doing the great work that you do. This is, if anything, a request from me to say do more. Understand the strength and the impact that we have working in institutions, working in art forms, in creative practices, in the written word so often, which has been kept, quite purposefully kept, from marginalised communities. Where one of the biggest challenges we have as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is to see us there. When I got conned up to give that guest lecture down at the Willen Centre all those years ago, I came in to do it because I thought, oh yeah, I can talk about that. I've just been curating exhibitions, I can come and talk about that. That'll be fine. Then, when Michelle said to me, have you considered coming and studying and doing a degree? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. This isn't the sort of place for me. I could come in and lecture in that place, but it still wasn't the sort of place for me. And admittedly, now 18 years later or whatever it is, that imposter syndrome is still there. I just have to stay one lesson in front of the class. But so frequently do I find myself having to pull myself up and think, let's rethink that, Tiriki. That I've started to learn as well that it is not necessarily about me having to carry a great deal of shame or guilt into these spaces, but rather there is an opportunity for me to start asking hard questions about why it is I think the thing that I think, or why I've had the reaction that I've had. And in all the work that you are all doing, the fantastic work that you are all doing, I do encourage you throughout all of this to put yourself into these conversations again and again. Don't see yourself as sitting externally to this. See yourself as an agent, because quite often we are, as I said, encouraged to sit outside and look in. Consider your positionality, consider the yearning that you have and why you come to this work, and indeed from there on the impact, because that is the significance of this work. We're talking a lot in these days about acts of truth-telling. And quite often truth-telling is used as a shorthand for an airing of the grievances, about talking about troubled aspects of our history that we haven't been grown up enough to talk about yet. And absolutely, we need to talk about the troubling parts. But you know what else we haven't been grown up enough to talk about? Other stories of strength. In fact, a huge part of truth-telling is being able to tell those stories that straighten our spines, that lift up our heads, that open our chests, and which make us more empowered to say, I want, or I'm annoyed that I've missed out on. Or have you heard this amazing story about this thing that happened on Bunwurrung country? Or this amazing thing that happened on Wurrung country, or this amazing thing that happened on Jar Jar Wurrung country, or wherever we may be. Because the stories of heroism and strength that form part of our collective shared experience of this space are just as important as telling the stories of adversity. That for non-Indigenous colleagues in the room, if you are having trouble finding ways to access these narratives, I guarantee that if you look back through history, and the closer we look, you will find people with whom you do relate, with whom you feel a connection, in whom you can take pride, and in whom, if they've done their job really well, it'll also be really hard to find out their names. Because histories of allyship run deep in this place. And the best allyship is done through the collaboration with Indigenous voice, through collaborative co-design. It is not new ideas that we are having now. They are exciting, but they are ones which have sat here in this land and in this place for thousands upon thousands of generations. And navigating this settler colony is something that people have done collectively over the last 2.5 centuries or so as well. And this again is part of that challenge. We're so used to talking about discourses of deficit. Every program that we are introduced to by our government is about closing the gap. It's about addressing the underperforming or underprivileged Indigenous communities. Never do we talk about the gap that exists for non-Indigenous Australia trying to live in this country, which has known people in it who have cared for it for thousands upon thousands of generations. Never do we talk about the gap of knowing that comes from simply trying to be in this place. Because quite often, when I've encouraged groups of people who I've worked with over many years, I've done lots of cultural safety interventions and cross-cultural education for many years, and people say, oh, Les Tiriki, we love what you're saying. I absolutely hear you, I do. But the thing you have to understand is that it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right. I'm white, you see. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to take that. That would be appropriation. And again, that only really works as an excuse if the person saying it assumes a certain level of knowledge superiority in this space, if you will. One of the things we've espoused through the Research Unit in Indigenous Arts and Culture and through our ongoing engagements is the idea that we must make this axiological shift, as we are calling it, to start considering the type of knowledges that we celebrate in the academy, to start considering how we might encourage one another to tell stories differently in this place, and to value those stories for what they are. That for us, because we work in the fine arts, those artists who walk through our doors every day are engaged in deep practices of knowledge, maintenance and production. And that the opportunity to interrogate the how, along with the what, only ultimately makes us stronger. Yes, it must always happen with Indigenous authority at its core, but it does not mean that the job of navigating this settler colony is purely the responsibility of First Peoples. It does not mean that there is not opportunity for each and every one of us to speak to the strength, to the resilience, and to our own sense of thrivance in this space, and to collectively be able to dream about the sort of place we want to get to from here as well. I was told to leave some time for questions, and I've actually managed to do it, so I'm very proud of myself. Thank you, folks, for this yarn. There is about 10 minutes. I'm really happy to take any questions. You've been wonderful. Thank you so much for your indulgence this morning. And if I can encourage you to continue along this track, the opportunity to feel like we can tell stories is incredibly empowering. Whether it is just the story we tell around a kitchen table or the stories that we tell from lecterns such as this or in the pages of various publications. It is the telling of those stories that are in many ways acts of great resilience, resistance, and it is those who have told those stories and continue to tell those stories, oftentimes under great duress, that mean that we are here, all of us now collectively in this room, having this conversation today. It's a real privilege, and I'm honoured to be here with you all. Nongotchin.
Thank you very much, Cherokee. We've got a few minutes for questions. Does anyone have any at all? There's a couple of runners around that have microphones. Or if there's any questions online. No, not at the moment. Anyone?
So I always hate this moment too.
It's that awkward
Oh,
moment.
it's that moment in classes where you turn around to students and you go, are there any questions? It's just crickets. And it's always painful. I mean, I can just keep talking too, but if people need me to vamp until ready, happy to. But I understand that there are numerous, hang on, go back to, I understand that this is not necessarily an easy place to sit in. And sometimes we don't even need a question, we just need a statement or a comment. But I'm very happy to be engaged with. People would like to engage with us in the Willen Centre or the Research Unit for Indigenous Arts and Culture. You're very welcome to reach out at any point. We love talking about this stuff. And certainly I think the types of spaces that we will continue to hold together into the future are going to be increasingly calling upon us to interrogate how we're doing this work more and more, and not just the work we're doing, because we're oftentimes very good at making compromises in this space as well. I know looking to many of my Indigenous colleagues around the room that we have also become authorities oftentimes in making compromises or finding ways to manipulate a system to get to an outcome that we need to. And like, my God, there's genius in that too. I'm not making a claim on that for myself. I'm just saying I see that wonderful ability to bend and not break in so many around me, and it is quite extraordinary. Oh, look, there's a hand. Yes, thank you.
I've got a vague question, and it's about what
I think there's a microphone coming toward you now, ominously.
Thank you. My question's about what I call the saviour complex, and I recognise it in me and negate it as best I can, but I guess I'm interested in some of the warning signs that you might have witnessed when it comes across, you know, people come and have a chat about something that they want to do, or I guess for us all to be, you know, I'm Trawowe, to all be in that space of negotiation with, I guess, that want to help constructively or unconstructively. So I'm interested in perhaps the question's more about what are some of the warning signs you see in people's approaches that kind of go, yeah, I'm going to send you away to do some rethink.
It's a really, I hate people that ask questions by saying that's a really great question, but it's a really, really great question. And I thank you, because I think one of the challenges that I notice myself, I mean, yes, people will come to me and ask these questions, but continually I find myself in an internal dialogue all the time where I will make an assumption just like that. And then there's this little voice in the back of my head that goes, that was a bit bloody colonised of you, wasn't it, Cherokee? And I realised that I have, and this is what I suppose I'm talking about this opportunity to make an axiological shift as well, is that so often I have been coded, and each of us have, this is not something we have done, this is something which has been done to us, all of us, black, white, brindle, wherever we come from. We've been inculcated with a system and a belief that certain approaches must be valued above others, that certain outcomes are to be aspired to. And so I've done it a lot myself with working on various projects and thinking to myself, oh, well, this will be great for that community, that person, that individual, because. And quite often I see this in people engaged in research or who want to engage with various communities who will come and who have a fully formed idea of where they're going to get to before they come into that space. And then oftentimes there's this process of go, oh, well, can I consult with you? And then you can tell me how good it is. And you hate to bring them down, but you do. But oftentimes we're taught that that is because we know, and there's that sense of privilege that we have, of the privilege of the institution, that we must know better or best. And that opportunity to step back, and something that I see in my best colleagues that do allyship really well, quite often for non-Indigenous colleagues, are those ones who bring their whole self to a space. And by bringing their whole self, I don't mean they come and they immerse themselves in a space and they start, they just take their direction from everyone else, or that they start trying to modify their mode of behaviour because of the audience to fit in a certain way, because we all know those sorts of people too. But I mean those people that can come to a space and say, look, I have these skills and this knowledge. What might you have me do with them? And that increasingly there is an opportunity to put that question out to communities more and more, because Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities oftentimes know what it is that they want. It used to be once upon a time when people would come and say, oh, I want to find out about such and such, that universities would turn around and go, oh yeah, that's research services, we don't do that. We'll come to you when we've got, there are places you pay for that. We'll come to you when there's something we want to find out. And even now, and this is something I see in my role as Pro Vice Chancellor Indigenous at the University of Melbourne, we're just starting now to have a conversation about saying, well, maybe we look at all of our various partner organisations and communities and others and start asking them what they want to find out, what they know. Keep a register of it, and then if there are people who are interested in working in these areas, we can come and say, well, you, Phil, will be going over, I don't know who Phil is, but you, Phil, will be going and you'll be working with Trouble Boy Mob on whatever the case may be. And as such, we will then start talking about how we create safer spaces, and we'll be starting writing processes for you to engage. So increasingly, I think it's a really big challenge, and it doesn't help us to perpetuate. And again, this comes from that discourse of deficit. It comes from that idea of having to help the poor unfortunates. I went through a long time of thinking, oh, well, you just must get as many young black people into university as is humanly possible. Now, I've changed it to say we must get as many young black people who want to go to university in as is humanly possible. I'd made that decision for them before, though. When it comes to my own children, they don't get to make the choice. But increasingly, I think we're seeing that shift more and more. So I think in answer to your question about that safety complex, I think there's always that great opportunity to take that pause first, or to say, well, what am I bringing in? It's interesting, and when you look at the history of Aboriginal people in film, we had our first Aboriginal filmmakers in the 1940s, stretching through into the 70s, but it took until the 1980s for a group of non-Indigenous filmmakers to go to an Aboriginal community and say, look, we've got a bunch of film, some cameras and some expertise, what sort of film would you have us make? Or, well, one, do you want to make a film, what sort of film would you have us make? And that, when you think about the 1980s, it's not that long ago, I hope for most of us in the room. It's extraordinary that we're still finding new conversations like that now, and then realising perhaps how out of touch the previous conversations were. So for my very long-winded answer, that first opportunity to pause, to pull back, but to always be interrogating the why is really important. I think that's the first thing for me always. And the question I always ask myself now in any project that I'm doing, and I encourage others to ask, is who holds the authority of voice in this conversation? And if it's me, should it be me? And almost invariably, every time, even when I'm working on my own stuff, quite often the answer is no, it probably shouldn't be you, Cherokee. And where should that authority of voice sit? I think it also creates authorising environments in which more of this work can be done. And I think it's a good way of us to be able to interrogate practice always. Every time we come up against something, just reassess. Who's holding authority? Where is that power sitting? Or under whose authority, under whose aegis is this work being done? It allows us to empower ourselves, communities of practice with whom we work, and I think it allows us to go an awful lot further and a lot safer. And to create a system where not only can we enter that community, that family, that space to work, but we can re-enter it again and again and again. That's me. And it stopped right on 0. I'll just point that out. I was so impressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cherokee. All right, so we might take a brief pause to reset the stage a little to get ready for our panel, but if the panelists would like to come up, please, and then Malcolm will do the intro. Thanks.
There wasn't actually a full break, so if we'd all like to take our seats again, we'll be starting again in about 30 seconds. Hello and welcome again. We now have a panel discussion chaired by Cherie Raven entitled Authorship Matters, a guide to citing and acknowledging Indigenous knowledges. Cherie Raven is Senior Manager Indigenous Programs at Deakin Library. In 2024, she was awarded the Council of Australian University Librarians Indigenous Leadership Award. Cherie is the author of the Guidelines for First Nations Collection Description and was also, of course, keynote presenter from last year's Kummargii Yulendji Symposium. Joining Cherie on the panel today are Emeka Anele is currently Learning Designer at Deakin University, supporting the development of library learning experiences that build capability in digital literacy. Craig Patterson is the Library Partner for the Faculties of Arts and Education and Business and Law at Deakin University. Astrid Bovel has worked in copyright since 2003 across the publishing industry, music industry and the tertiary sector. And Jodie Phillips is an academic with a focus on Indigenous health, collaborative design of curricula, and provides insights into the application of the Indigenous referencing guidance for Indigenous knowledges. And I also just say there are more detailed biographies available online for all, but in the spirit of brevity, I will now pass on directly to you, Cherie. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that on? Is that on? Yeah, awesome. Thanks, everyone. We are going to take questions during this. So if I was working with mob, I'd say sing out, but given the crowd, either raise your hand or stand up, either one. If I don't see you and you've raised your hand, please stand and we can take the question during it. Next slide. Next one. I just want to acknowledge that we're here. We're here on Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country. I'd like to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, noting the amazing continuous culture that continues storytelling, dance, ceremony. Also, as we work at Deakin, we are on a couple of campuses. So we are on Wadawurrung country and on Eastern Mar country, and we will have another one at Burwood on the Wadawurrung country as well. Also, sovereignty was never ceded, so that's obviously very important. So why should we reference Indigenous knowledges? So I'm going to cheat a little bit. I actually wrote something for Black Focus for Deakin, so I'm just going to sort of talk about that rather than reinvent the wheel. So elevating Australian Indigenous knowledge is essential for understanding the diversity of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures and promoting a more nuanced and inclusive approach to knowledge production. We often forget when we work with Indigenous knowledges that there are, you know, if you want to look at the languages, there's about 200 languages around Australia, and we often forget that. So the The IATSIS Code of Ethics outlines protocols for acknowledging Indigenous cultural and intellectual property rights in research and publishing. However, to encourage ethical and culturally respectful research, this work needs to start at the undergraduate level. And sometimes it can be really difficult to start at that level and know where to start. And so at Deakin, we thought that citing would be a good place to start. So highlighting Indigenous knowledges and authors may be very difficult for undergraduates, and it can be challenging to determine if the Indigenous knowledges being used and cited are trustworthy or respected. Further, Indigenous knowledges have historically been recorded by non-Indigenous authors in ways that do not accurately represent Indigenous ways of knowing, being and doing. So in 2024, at the library with Indigenous programs and the library partners, we collaborated with faculty members from Health, Arts, Ed, Unit Chairs and NICERI, which is the National Indigenous Knowledges Education Research and Innovation Institute, to test students' use of the Indigenous Knowledges Attribution Toolkit. So that's inside this, it's the referencing guidance. And so this asks a couple of things. Basically, how are we going to ethically interrogate knowledges when we look at citation, and why would we do it? Citation is really important, obviously, for a couple of things. One of them is the politics of citation. So if you can elevate Indigenous knowledges in citations, obviously that's a really good way to indicate that we're actually making a sort of the needle move. In the ICAT, what they do is they ask you to critically analyse sources, respect Indigenous knowledge authority, support the reclamation of Indigenous knowledges, understanding our own positionality, as Tiriki talked about before, in relation to Indigenous knowledges, and confidently draw on and attribute Indigenous knowledges. So we worked with this, with the ICAT tool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hand over to Emeka to sort of describe how we unpacked it, and then we'll move on to Craig to talk about the process that we did. The reason for that is so we can get a bit better of an idea. So get your phones out, we do have a QR code coming up.
Thanks, Stewie. Thanks, Craig. Yeah, so as part of Deakin Library launching its First Nations Hub, Tui came to us learning designers with this ICAT resource that she wanted to include. And quickly in those discussions, we kind of wanted it to be in a Deakin context, but I guess wanted it to be in a way that we could innovate and iterate it. So we decided on a LibGuide. So the QR code there is just a link to said LibGuide. Yeah, next slide. Which, yeah, was there very briefly. So myself and the other library learning designer, Lizzie Delacreta, worked with TUI to unpack the ICAT. And what that meant was we often approached it, I guess, basically as if we were students looking at this resource and needing to understand basically the why of the resource and sort of the so what. So we kind of, yeah, spent a lot of time looking at the sort of questions that the ICAT was posing to users to kind of encourage critical thinking, and sitting down with TUI to really unpack of why does terminology matter, or why does authorship matter. And it was very invaluable for us to have TUI basically explain it to us with the guise of, if it's possible to explain to us, then hopefully it can be possible to explain to academics or to students. And then as well, we were able to apply kind of our own Deakin visuals, and also kind of, I guess, us as learning designers, interactive learning opportunities. So for example, as it's in the slide, we were able to give a more, I guess, like visual breakdown of a resource that's from an Indigenous author, to kind of, again, make it, I guess, like more useful or clearer to students and to academics how these resources can be cited in a respectful way.
Thanks. So it seems like we've gone in a bit of a roundabout way, but to point out the amazing work by the Indigenous Archive Collective with the help of CAVAL in making the citation guide, and the reason sort of why we went through the process to unpack the LibGuide started off with conversations with Craig, the library partner, with a few different areas. So I'll pass over to Craig.
Thanks, Tui. This is just a sort of potted history of how we got started. I think a lot of you in this room would be familiar with the work of the Indigenous Archive Collective and CAVAL to get that created. And once that was available to us and up and running, we actually needed to get some hands on it, get some eyes on it, and see how it could be used, how it could help people, how it could facilitate the embedding of Indigenous knowledges. So we started talking to our friends, people we knew around Deakin, because we wanted to, like I said, we wanted to really just kick the tires a little bit and see how it would work out. So 2023 was a lot of conversations. I'm sure you'd all be familiar with that sort of approach to work and getting things done. And the first step is figuring out who's actually available to start embedding it, to start using it, and start giving some feedback on it. So we consulted, I hope, very widely across Deakin, started talking to our research colleagues, our Office of Indigenous Strategy and Innovation, Nakiri, who Tui mentioned, and then some other faculty members like Jody, who's here today. And then later in 2023, we started more serious conversations and really getting into the nitty-gritty of things and figuring out how we could actually put it into not just units, but different courses across Deakin so that people would have exposure to it over their entire student journey with us. And then later on in 2023, we started talking with in more depth with our referencing colleagues who at Deakin have a lot of expertise in the referencing and citation space. So we wanted to talk to them and really elevate the guide on our student guide to referencing web pages and really make that as available and as public facing as we possibly could. And then after we started getting it into some units, we were able to get some survey questions embedded in our unit evaluations. So we've actually got some feedback that we don't have ethics approval to share today, but just to mention that it has actually improved our use of the toolkit. We've got a lot of great feedback, not just from academics who use it, but from students who use it as well. And so I think I'm handing it over to Jody to talk about a little bit of that evaluation. Is that right?
I might just, before I hand over to you, Jody, I might just jump in there. So Craig, in our discussions when we were working through this, one of the reasons why we sort of chose this toolkit was because we were having difficulty understanding how to embed Indigenous knowledges. Did you remember those conversations about why we chose this?
Yeah.
Yeah?
And I don't really remember where you're going with this point.
Wherever you like.
So I think it was, really how do we get started? I remember we had some conversations with some colleagues at the University of Melbourne who have got a really great resource. If you haven't seen it, I recommend Googling that. I don't have a QR code for you. It's the Cider Blackfella Zotero list. I think one of the most common questions we get asked is, where do I start? What is an appropriate resource that I can give to my students to look at? And so that, in addition to Deakin Resources, University of Melbourne has got the Cider Blackfella list. I'm sure there's very similar resources at many other institutions out there. But figuring out where to start is often, I think, the key sort of hurdle to get over. And then, having those conversations with people who you know around the university is a really, really helpful thing, because once you have the resource and you have the people you want to work with, that's how we got started, I think. Is that sort of where you were going to?
Yeah, it was. Thank you. I think when we ask this question about embedding Indigenous knowledges, we don't know what it means. And it's not just we're library staff. It's not just, teaching staff. It's not just like us, it's also at a faculty level. They're really struggling to sort of, where do we start? And we thought that citing would be really great because it actually gives you the tools to talk about language, country, nation, all those basics that I think most people should know about Australia. It's a really nice starting point, which is why we decided to unpack this resource and thought it'd be, if you knew nothing, if you came in as an international student or you didn't get that sort of learnings growing up, it would be the most basics of ways to sort of go about it. Now that sounds like an easy thing until we attempted to test it. And so I'll hand over to Jody to talk a bit about the testing.
Well, it was timely that you were doing this work, I think, because so my role is as a non-Indigenous academic with a team of Indigenous knowledge holders and academics, and we embed Indigenous health and cultural safety, decolonising and Indigenising the curriculum across the School of Medicine, which is 4 courses, about 30 to 40 different units. But here we focused on optometry, a second-year unit that is a very crowded curriculum already. They do a 5-year course in 3.5 years through trimesters. And most of their teaching and learning, while there's a commitment to Indigenous health and cultural safety, it's very clinically focused. So trying to unpack worldviews, positionality, and different ways of knowing and doing in a very short time was a challenge. But this tool really helped, and we did that. So here in the diagram, there's sort of an iterative process that we used. So in 2024, we didn't have the library guide completed yet. So we worked with Tui and the team and a digital designer and developed some modules to unpack positionality, include papers that were already including and applying the ICAT and different forms of positionality. And then we had an assessment that was worth 15%, which is, 15%, which is quite a big chunk. And the students had to position themselves in the context of a narrative literature review, and they had to apply ICAT as well. Can you hear me now?
Do you want to just start
Do I
over?
need to repeat? And so it was really interesting. And so the students did either they could choose to do a PowerPoint presentation of a narrative review or a written review. And we had lots of discussions with them, and Tui came and spoke to them about different resources available and different ways of citing cultural and country knowledge. But they went into, according to the unit chairs, a period of about a month of absolute frenzy and freaking out because it was so new to them. But then the work that they provided, while the average score was about 63, which was average, about 20 of them did really well and shared that it was a light bulb moment for them. And they are now in the next iteration, which has been simplified so that we try and manage some. It's a fine line between managing student stress and creating transformative spaces. And the unit chairs have also found the guide really helpful, and that it's changed the way they approach what evidence looks like in their teaching and learning. And they've actually carried it on themselves this year, and we've been able to step back, and they've engaged people that did well last year. The students that did well last year have become ICAT peer mentors for the next group. And they said that it was a life-changing moment for them, and that they feel that they want to share it with other students. And so we're marking that assessment now, so we don't know how they're doing now that they've had the library guide, which has certainly simplified it for us.
I think one of the points to make in trying to teach this kind of content, what we found across the testing, is that a lot of the students, even their knowledge, the way that they approach referencing, they had not a very good understanding. So in going back and talking to new sort of unit chairs that want to use this, we say, make sure you do at least a half an hour on how to reference properly, because if you haven't got that down, you're going to find trying to reference Indigenous knowledge is really difficult because it's a very new space. I think I think one of the eye-opening moments for me, funny it's in optometry, one of the eye-opening moments for me was that when I was there doing the guest lecture and sort of helping people understand the difference between nation, country and language, which can sometimes be discrete or blurred or all the same, and not get bedded down in that, just sort of go on what the author has said or the person who's citing the other person's knowledge has said. one of the things that really stuck out to me was a question that came from the audience was just in general about how knowledge systems are different. And that's what we want. We want this to be a light bulb moment that the knowledges that you're interacting with are different to the academic or the Western framework. And a person put their hand up and said, you said something about languages, and you were talking about, so in general, Indigenous languages are what we would call not voice contrastive. So a P and a B mean the same thing. So you could say the same word with a P or a B at the start and it wouldn't change the meaning. To which the optometry person said, a student said, so if I said to an Indigenous person in one of these communities that was Indigenous language, one of their first languages, said, read out from the line with the P in it, which line are they going to choose? And so it was really lovely to see that light bulb moment that we were using this as an opportunity to take that next step to sort of as an unlocking key. And I think that was a really nice little learning for the groups as well. So obviously one of the issues we faced is how do you teach this stuff? So you've got it there and the students can access it. So our next step, and unfortunately Ian Doherty couldn't be with us today, our next step is to create a teacher's toolkit. And the reason for that is because the amount of work that we've had to go through to assist teachers to teach this stuff, there's only one of me and there's I don't know how many university staff there are to try and get access to it. So we thought we'd make a resource. One of the issues that we faced is in the creation of OERs and what that looks like in the copyright space. So I might hand over to Astrid to just talk a bit about one of the issues that we had in creating the LibGuide, and then what are the pitfalls and pain points that you need to consider if you are going to create an open educational resource.
Yeah, thank you. So the ICAT is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share Alike license. And that share alike element requires that any instances where you are remixing that content, you need to apply the same license. If I allow you to share my thing, you have to share whatever you build from that out under the same kind of license and give other people the rights to do that. So from a university perspective, not all universities have it inbuilt into their IP policies that you can just license something that you create for work purposes under a Creative Commons license, let alone one that allows broad sharing. So we did have to navigate a space in approaching the board that approves these sorts of requests for IP from the university to be licensed out under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share Alike license, because it was incorporating and building upon that work from the ICAT in the library guide. And while that was approved and that was fine, the further conversations we had around producing an open education resource that helped us to teach this content posed some other challenges for us, because it's not just about what you want to write. You want to enrich that content with images, with potentially music. And the pool for material out there that would be appropriate to include in an open education resource under that kind of license is small to begin with. Everything has to be able to work together and collaborate in such a way that you're not conflicting with the terms of the license. So we had some questions around what would be appropriate. If we want to include something, we can't just include examples of Indigenous art and allow other people to share that under that license. That wouldn't be appropriate. And you can't expect people to understand that they need to go out and seek consent and agreement from communities and consult with those communities about everything that they want to do with that and allow other people to do things with it. So we came across this challenge of how are we going to think about this in a way that will allow us to enrich that material with imagery, with music, without compromising the rights of people and communities that own material that's relevant. So we've had a lot of discussions about how we can perhaps look at creating images or photographs that evoke concepts of country without necessarily impinging on anybody's rights, or creating anything that would be culturally inappropriate for reuse by others. And we also talked about potentially creating our own musical works that we're happy to be shared out and reused by others, again, without creating something that would be culturally inappropriate or would be impinging on the rights of other people and communities.
Thanks. I think what we sort of come up with when we're having discussions, it would be a self-production. So thankfully I write music and also create videos, so I'd be the production house as well. But what that did allow us to do was have those conversations with the university areas that were uncomfortable with that kind of concept of producing and not owning. And especially when you have the conversation with the university that goes, give us all this money and we'll make all this stuff, but you don't own it. That can be a very difficult place to sort of navigate. But when you already have this, the Creative Commons share alike license, we're sort of stuck with that. And I must commend Astrid, because I didn't raise this early enough. And in the background, there was a scurry of fixes being done. So I encourage you all not to make the mistake I did, and make sure you get copyright involved very early so they can do that work instead of it being scrambled at the last moment before the website's about to go live, which is my
Sound advice every copyright officer at your institutions is going.
Just on that copyright thing and the creation of the resource, Emeka, what were your concerns when we were creating it? I mean, it might not be copyright, but just in general, the look and feel of when we were creating the guide.
I think. Oh, is it? Now it is. I think, yeah, that sort of not wanting to look kind of like we're taking, like appropriation, basically. Like, not that we're, taking art that we're just pulling off the internet, or I guess that it looks, it's the appropriate way to say this, but yeah, it basically is designed with thought into it. I think that was often, especially Lizzie and my approach, like everything we reshaped or created, often, I think with you and also with the Indigenous office at Deakin had in mind of basically, like, if you or them decide, no, this isn't appropriate, it needs to go or be rechanged, that we're happy to do that. So I think often that, like, as always, which isn't really fair, like the burden fell to you, Tui, to be like, is this okay, basically? Myself, non-Indigenous, and Lizzie, non-Indigenous, I feel like don't really have this, like, not don't necessarily, but like we didn't have the space in which to be like, yeah, this is appropriate or inappropriate. We were just going off probably like what we've done in the past. And equally during that process, I think it raised, there were moments in which, we approached it how we've always done things potentially in the past. And with you raising that, that's not appropriate for this, this guide, or these other things needed to be, information needed to be considered and stuff. So yeah, I guess if that answers your question with my rambling, but yeah, basically, as always, Tui Raven.
I think one of the interesting things about the using the ICAT with the amazing work that they've done and then creating it into a LibGuide was the nuanced way in which we wanted to do it. Even though it is aimed at undergraduates and researchers, the language that we had to use had to be very broad and open, because we know that professional staff and all sorts of people were going to use it, and that was quite a balancing act to get that right. We'd sometimes be there going over a paragraph for like 20 minutes going, no, that's not right, we need to word it like this here, but then it implies it's just for students, or that just implies it's for researchers. So we were very careful with the language that we used in trying to unpack it, obviously being led by the ICAT, but also understanding our own audience at the university and the difficulties that they had. So if we could sort of bridge that gap, also with the understanding that we know that potentially high school students that want to come to uni, or people that are in TAFE, are going to look at this resource. And so we needed to look at those audiences that aren't necessarily Deakin audiences as well. So that was interesting. And I think that probably came up from our conversations that Craig and I had, and especially with Al a lot, in relation to why are we doing this? What do we want to do? What's the sort of outcome? And do you remember those really early conversations?
Just with Al?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, Al's a great person to talk to. If anyone can have an Al Frecker at their institution, that would help you a lot, I think. He was really open, and just loved the conversation too, I think. But yeah, he was really good at querying us, I think, and saying, why are you, what are you hoping to do with this? Why are you bringing this to me? What do you want to see out of it? And also thinking about, what's the outcome for the students that you're looking for using this resource. And I keep coming back to that too. Just having those conversations with those first few people really helped us shape, I think, where we were going and how we could make it really useful to people. I don't know, Jody, was that your experience? Do you think it was like helpful to you? Will be responsive to your kind of needs as a teaching?
Oh, absolutely, because it gave a framework, and it was just good timing for us, what we were doing. So the ICAT tool worked very well with a narrative literature review where we're getting students to understand worldviews, but it was an ongoing challenge, and everyone also needs a TUI, because I would ring up as I was learning how to. I mean, I had to work out how I was going to use it and my ability and how I was going to integrate it into the modules, but also my own referencing library. So we had lots of conversations about the operations of that, and then I had to make sure that I was applying it correctly before we had discussions with students. But I feel like it's a really iterative process, and it has really, that it's not an end goal, it's an ongoing learning, and that students, although we provided them with a lot of examples of how to apply it, I think there was about 10 or 15 that they identified that we had new papers that we actually hadn't come across. So it's an ongoing collaboration with students, facilitators, and the more diverse conversations you have, even with the designers for the online modules that we had. But it's never a finished product, it's always ongoing.
I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm going to unpack it a little bit, Jodie.
Yeah.
When we first started considering how to teach this resource, there is a number of different approaches. Like, you know, some people were just, some of the teaching staff were like, we're just going to put it into the reading list, and if they want to use it without us instructing them to, they'll get an extra 5%. There was the other approach of, you know, like if you're going to use, you know, second, third, fourth year, probably third and fourth year, and they want to go into research space, maybe an annotated bibliography, doing more of the unpacking. So it's not just about the citation, it's about understanding the knowledge. And so depending on whether they're first year student, third, fourth, fifth year students, will really guide how you want to use this resource. And we used it one way, and then we had a discussion with one of Jodie's colleagues in using it in a different way. Yeah, the discussion with the bring in a resource. Bring in a book, or so there were, I don't know if you were there for that discussion, but someone came back to us from optometry and said, well, what we think would work really well is that we've asked our students to go off and
and bring in a resource that they'd identified. So instead of the workshop being sort of more general, it was actually they had to bring in a resource and then go through and apply the tool. And so we broke it down in the second year in iteration. It was broken down a lot more, but then it's also carried on. So students are now putting that in third and fourth year into their learning plans. So there were multiple ways that students were using it, and there were multiple things that we had to. So the other thing I think that's happened in this space since we've been working on it is that it's a lot easier in a lot of current or new publications coming out. There's more cultural identity being used in authorship within publications, whereas we also had to teach students other places to look for it, such as in positionality and research methods. And so the workshop was that they had to bring in and look at all the different types of ways that they might identify Indigenous authorships and knowledges. Was that the right example?
Yeah.
Good.
And thanks for mentioning that positionality. I think when we look at Indigenous knowledges, and especially in a space when you're in academia, you know, as an Indigenous person, Tiriki said it, positionality is really important because you don't understand that the knowledge system that you're writing in, being academia, is quite different to Indigenous knowledges. And in order to understand that, you need to understand where you sit within it. So your interactions with it might be very different if you're a first-year undergraduate student as opposed to a postgraduate researcher who's worked with Indigenous communities for 20-odd years. That's really important because the other part of the ICAT isn't just the referencing. It's like, how are you going to unpack those knowledges, as I said before, interrogate the way that you interact with them. That's going to be what is the basis of how you go from being an undergrad student to a decent researcher. And so that's why this first step about understanding why you'd want to cite Indigenous authors and knowledges. And what the ICAT does do is it does two things. It talks about Indigenous authorship, so citing Indigenous authors, but also citing Indigenous knowledges by non-Indigenous authors or Indigenous knowledges by Indigenous authors, but it's not their Indigenous knowledge. So it does this very complex way of looking at knowledge and authorship through a very complex lens. And that's really important because obviously a lot of people are like, I just need to cite an Indigenous author. And actually, sometimes you can find that stuff written by a non-Indigenous author in a very respectful way or non-respectful way. But that's your opportunity to say, I found this information, and you get the opportunity to unpack it and go, I found it, but it's a, an 18th century text or something, which isn't very good, but I know that it's from this group because they've stated it. So it allows your students to really interrogate the information that they're looking at. And I think that's really important, especially with this. It's not just about the reference list. And so my point certainly to you, Jodie, and with anyone that's teaching it, you can have a student that is absolutely terrible at referencing and they've butchered the reference list, but when you've read through it, they've actually got what they're supposed to be doing. So you need to be very kind and considerate with your students and say, obviously we want you to be very good at referencing, but the point of it is to really interrogate knowledge systems and make sure that we're actually elevating Indigenous knowledge and authorship, which is why we've got the ICAT. We've got a few, did you want to jump in there, Jodie?
And I think that was the point, and we were, as a group of markers and the team that was working across this, the aim was for the students to practice in this space and use it and apply it. And so really we gave marks for if they gave it a go. And we really did see an increase in their criticality. Like, even though there was fear, their ability to critically select, identify, and also I would say the other thing that was talked about this morning, but that also came out in the teaching, and it's a very good approach for optometry, because they've changed in the literature from a very deficit-based approach to optometry to more of a strengths-based approach. For example, closing the gap on vision versus strong eyes, strong communities. And so that was also a way that students could interrogate themselves. So strengths-based and positionality was a very good way to start, to then expand the students' criticality in applying this, and that they're still, I also love the fact that they're now teaching others.
Yeah, I think that's good. The peer bit is actually really important, especially when you're in a new space and you feel like you're drowning. We've got about 10 minutes for questions. So raise your hand, or as I'd say to my mob, sing out. There's one at the back.
Hello. I was wondering if you've noticed, sorry everyone, with students, if implementing this method has helped them generalise less about Indigenous knowledges or appreciate that variety in different groups?
Yes, I think so. There's always students that do, and so there's a cohort that do. There's still that exists with some students. It's too early, so we really tailored it. Sort of last year we gave them a whole lot of concepts and let them navigate themselves with some online modules and tools, but there was a lot of content that was new for them. Whereas this year, as you said, we structured it a lot more, and they had specific workshops looking at evaluating particular papers that they'd brought in. But I don't know I haven't, the marking is being done as we speak. That's why I'm glad I'm here and not marking. So I haven't got that, I'll watch this space, but I believe so. Because I did speak to some of the peer mentors and their reflections, and they said, like, even though it was a challenging, so her view on watching and being involved as a peer mentor this year, she didn't feel that the conversations were as deep as what they'd had the year before, because of that discomfort, because it was tailored a lot more and they sort of all worked through it. So it's really balancing that, but definitely across the board they felt that this had really changed the way they see things. And some of them, when we started talking, I was surprised that it was an undergrad tool and not necessarily a postgrad tool, because of the challenges with young students learning to cite, whereas this student thought that should be introduced in high school.
One of the things we did do in one of the lectures is, actually I gave 2 lectures, and I didn't give them for the I&D units, but I gave them for a couple of other ones, was the first thing we did is, like, one of the questions I asked is, Does anyone know which country we're standing on now? And do we know how many other different groups are around here? And you'd be surprised that people couldn't name Wurundjeri, Bunurong, Dja Dja Wurrung, you know, so that was one of the first questions I asked. And then we put up the AATSIS map, you know, with all the problematics of that map, the languages map, to show them the diversity. So we started with the diversity first to sort of show them that if you do this generalised vision, then that's really not what we're looking for. So you can sort of tackle it head on. But, you know, as Jodie says, there's always going to be people. Sometimes you have to make broad generalisations in some of the stuff you talk about. It's unfortunate. But the idea is that we're trying to get you into a spot where you can be more specific.
And for people that mark and for assessment rubrics, we actually have specificity and non-generalisations as part of the rubric.
Got time for one more quick question. It was down the front here.
Thank you to the panel for a wonderful conversation. This is Meg, I'm from VU, and I was actually there at the launch of the ICAT, now going back a couple of years, and some of the conversation was around the concerns that students didn't understand and value citation practices at the best of times, and how would they then interact with the toolkit. And I suppose we could extend that. You touched on critical reading as well, and I think that concerns have been raised about students' critical reading. One of the hopes that was expressed at the launch was that doing it in the space of Indigenous knowledges might have a backward flow into improving understanding of the importance of citation and the understanding of critical reading, regardless of what you're reading. And I wonder whether you've seen any indication in an uplift in citation and critical reading beyond the Indigenous knowledges. Hope that made sense.
That's a very broad question, given that we've only done limited testing. I think where we will see if there is a change, it will be after we create a teacher's toolkit, because at the moment we're relying on unit to unit, but if we can go faculty level or course level, then I think that'll make it a lot easier for us. And we do hope to publish that on the First Nations Hub with the LibGuide and the ICAT there as well. So we've got 1 minute left, so we'll probably leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tui, and thank you, panellists, and forgive me for reading because I have a terrible memory. Emeka, Craig, Astrid and Jodie. You now can all have some, if you're here, have some morning tea in the foyer there, online. You can stretch your legs. And when you come back, there are more seats at the front here if you'd like to be a little closer to us. It's always easier for speakers if they can see your smiling faces. But thank you very much, and another round of applause for the panel, please. Now I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage Dr. Rose Barraclough, who will deliver our second keynote presentation entitled Amplifying Indigenous Knowledge, Authority and Research. Dr. Rose Barraclough is a Butchulla postdoctoral research fellow in the Centre of Critical Indigenous Studies at Macquarie University, a member of the Global Centre for Indigenous Futures, the Indigenous Archives Collective, and an executive member of the Mayam Ngari Wingara Indigenous Data Sovereignty Collective, and you may correct my pronunciation too when you get up here. Rose became a member of the Local Context Council, and Rose's research examines the representation of Indigenous peoples and the enactment of Indigenous rights in collecting institutions. Rose works in collaboration with collecting institutions, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities to embed Indigenous knowledge authority in all processes that involve Indigenous knowledges and data. Thank you for being here, Dr. Rose Barraclough.
Thank you, Malcolm. I do have slides, I think. And they're not great slides, but they would be helpful. oh, there we go. As Malcolm mentioned, my name is Rose Barracliff. I am Bachelor of the Wanamata Nation. My country is in Queensland, what's now known as Queensland. Some of you might have heard of Fraser Island, or Gurri as we call it. I also live and conduct most of my work on Kabi Gubbi country. So firstly want to acknowledge the place I'm coming from and acknowledge this place that I'm in now and the community, the elders and ancestors of the Woiwurrung, Boonwurrung and Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. So my presentation today is very much grounded in UNDRIP's Article 31, which is that Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain, control, protect and develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions, as well as the manifestations of their sciences, technologies and cultures, including human and genetic resources, seeds, medicines, etc., etc. The important part is that we also have the right to maintain, control, protect and develop our intellectual property over such cultural heritage, traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions. So today I wanted to talk to you about some of the frameworks and formulations of that, but also talk about some of my research projects and give some examples of where I'm working in that space. So in 2023, the Indigenous Archives Collective was contracted by CAVAL to produce a style guide for referencing Indigenous knowledges. And I assume some of you in the room might already be familiar with it, but I just wanted to touch on it again. It was really about how do we acknowledge and raise up Indigenous knowledge authority in academic publications. And it's a relatively new conundrum, because the Academy has long built itself on Indigenous knowledges, but only recently pondered how we should acknowledge where those knowledges come from and who should have a say in how they are managed. So the Indigenous Archives Collective team consisted of 5 of us that were involved in the producing of the Indigenous Reference Guidance for Indigenous Knowledges, and this is the team on the screen here. All of us are involved in some way in academia, 3 of us being full-time academics. We also now or have been in the past practitioners in collecting institutions. And I want to recognise my 4 colleagues on the screen and their work in pioneering Indigenous rights in the GLAM sector in Australia and internationally. All of us do research that relates in some way to galleries, libraries, archives and museums. And the work we do, both in academia and in collecting institutions, means we get to see the full continuum of knowledge creation, management, ownership, and use. And this is an important and somewhat unique perspective. Working in collections, we get to see the artefacts of research past. Each of us sees practices in both academia and in collecting institutions that undermine Indigenous knowledge authority. And in our work, both in the Academy and in collecting institutions, we are trying to rectify those issues. So in the style guide, we're originally asked to produce a citation style guide, but we quickly realised that we needed to do more than that. We realised that many academics, not just undergraduates, do not know what makes an Indigenous knowledge source appropriate for use or not. And certainly having the correct citation syntax does not rectify Indigenous knowledge misappropriation and if there are any inherent problems with the source material. So we sought to expand what the guide was going to do, and we wanted to lay the groundwork for academics and students to be able to critically analyse their sources, to respect Indigenous knowledge authority, support the reclamation of Indigenous knowledges, understand their own positionality in relation to those the knowledge in those sources, and finally, to be able to confidently draw on and attribute Indigenous knowledge. So in the guide, we focused on 2 important steps in that process. The first was actually being able to choose an appropriate source, and so we developed this decision tree. So the decision tree was informed by existing works of Indigenous scholars that support self-identification and give guidance on appropriate terminology. The decision tree draws the student, academic or librarian's attention to both the content and the authorship of the information. Issues to consider with the content included whether the source holds Indigenous knowledge but uses racist or outdated terminology? Or does it clearly indicate that free, prior and informed consent is given by the Indigenous knowledge holders for the use of that knowledge in the publication? We advocate always that authorship should be by the person who has the closest relationship with that knowledge. The second stage was making visible the Indigenous knowledge authority of the chosen source. It's important to understand the relationship to the knowledge, and that is very much part of pushing back against this notion of pan-Indigenising, that it's okay as long as you're citing an Indigenous scholar, that, you know, without considering whether they're the person most connected with that knowledge. And I think in the last panel, talking about the lack of citation, or the limit to citation of Aboriginal published work, I know I find with my work that people cite my work, and it's very clear when I read what they've written citing my work that they haven't actually read the full depth of what I've written. They've cherry-picked a key sentence here or there, but misunderstood the intent of the work. So we did actually come up with the style guide, and we've given, this is a snapshot of the guide, where it looks at citation on 3 levels for works that are Indigenous authored or Indigenous knowledge in Indigenous authored or co-authored publications, or Indigenous knowledges that are held in non-Indigenous authored publications, and how you would deal with that. So the process of creating the guide really made clear that citation is just the tip of the iceberg for supporting Indigenous knowledge authority. It is the bare minimum that academics should be doing. It is retroactive rather than proactive. And as we were writing up the guide, there were so many other things that came to the fore about what academics and researchers should be doing that's probably above and beyond what an undergraduate has the autonomy to do. So HDRs and academic research staff can and do so much more, because as researchers we have autonomy usually over how our projects are conceptualised and managed and how we disseminate them. So today I wanted to dive a bit deeper into that with you and talk about what more can be done to amplify Indigenous knowledge authority in research. So I feel like we have a responsibility to break the patterns of extractive research. Extractive research positions Indigenous peoples and knowledge and cultures as the subject of the research, but rarely the people who are controlling the research. Non-Indigenous researchers collecting Indigenous knowledge and data and publishing it under their own name has a long history, and often with little or no recognition for the Indigenous knowledge authority, and rarely with benefit sharing back to that knowledge authority, of the community of that knowledge authority. Worse though, I think, is that it's resulted in the commodification of Indigenous knowledges to the long-term detriment of Indigenous peoples and our cultural sustainability. These practices, I would like to think, are from a time where there was little or no Indigenous people in academy, and that's not the case anymore. There's no excuse for extractive research to still be happening today. So I'm going to talk to you now about some frameworks that I think are helpful breaking the cycle of extractive research. Certainly not conclusive, there's a lot of others out there, but there's something that Tariki said this morning in his fantastic keynote, that the stories hold the power much more than the tangible object. And I just love that, because when I think about how power or how knowledge authority gets taken away from Indigenous people, it's often in a disparity between the knowledge itself and the container of the knowledge. So intellectual property and copyright comes into play when knowledge is fixed into a tangible form, like a publication. So in many respects, the copyright or the authority, the legal authority, is attached to the container, not to the knowledge that is held within it. So I think we need to move away from a strict interpretation of IP and copyright laws and instead focus on honouring moral rights of Indigenous knowledge authorities. Two of the key frameworks for doing this are either Indigenous cultural and intellectual property or Indigenous data sovereignty, so ISIP and IDSOL. The 3 tenets of copyright are that the knowledge must be original by a human and fixed in some tangible form. Indigenous knowledge that has been passed down for thousands of years through non-literate means does not qualify for copyright protection. But when that knowledge is shared with a researcher and the researcher publishes it in a fixed form, such as a journal article, copyright is then granted. It does not matter whose knowledge is contained in that journal article. The assumption, of course, is that the journal article only contains the knowledge of the person who has authored it, but if that person has collected traditional knowledge and included that, then of course they're using or they're containing or they're claiming rights to knowledge that is not their own. So Terry Jenke talks about how Western legal systems of knowledge ownership are incommensurate with Indigenous ways of managing and recognising knowledge authority. Some of the key ways that they are incommensurate is over time periods. So for example, copyright will give exclusive rights to the author for the life of the author plus 70 years, but then it expires. Whereas with Indigenous data sovereignty, we would say that the Indigenous Knowledge Authority, or our authority over our data and knowledge, is never extinguishes, no matter where it is held and no matter what form it is in. Another way that the two knowledge systems are incommensurate is that copyright very much favours individual ownership, a commercial form of ownership, whereas within Indigenous knowledge rights, it's more focused around communal guardianship of knowledge, with no one person having the right to have say-so over the management or use of that knowledge. So I am an archivist, so I'm going to apologise for throwing some archival theory at you here, but I do find that this model is very useful for thinking about research process as well. So this is the records continuum model. It was developed here in the early 90s by an Australian called Frank Upwood, and now forms the basis of Australian archival research. I find it very useful because it steps out the process. I know a lot of people talk about the data life cycle, and we use the record continuum because the life cycle sort of indicates that it's still linear. Even though it goes around in a circle, still only one thing is happening to that data at any one point in time. But in a continuum, we're considering that multiple things are happening with that knowledge and information at any one time. It means different things to different people. It's being used in different ways to different people. So we use a continuum in archival theory rather than a life cycle. So if I apply this to a research project, for example, the inner circle, the create circle, might be when you're formulating your research project idea. The next circle out, the capture circle, might be the data gathering process. The dark red circle might be the organised circle, is where is the data stored and who has access to it, who owns that and how is that data going to be analysed. And then the last circle, the bright red one on the outside, is the pluralised circle. We need to consider where and how our research outcomes are disseminated, who are the authors and who are going to benefit from the publication of that work. What's most important for me is the identity access, the one that I've put the little blue triangle around. One thing that is common to see is that Indigenous people are present at the start of the process, right in the middle of that circle. But as you move outwards in that circle, they become less and less involved and have less and less say-so in what happens with our knowledge. So this is in effect distancing the knowledge of authority from the knowledge that they have shared. So the fair and care principles are becoming very deeply embedded in academic practice, and I know many people are familiar with the fair principles, and they've become the basis for a lot of standards in academic research now. I don't see very often people thinking about the FAIR principles from an Indigenous point of view, but I'd like to challenge people to think about, if you're thinking about your data being findable, who does the data need to be findable to? Who does that knowledge relate to? How will they find it? Will it require them to use keywords that are racist or offensive to find their own knowledge that relates to them? Should it be findable by everyone? Are there privacy or cultural considerations? And if you had to think back through your research and where you hold and store and publish your research, could the people that are related to that knowledge find it now? In terms of accessibility, I always, instead of saying accessibility, that something should be appropriately accessible. It has to be accessible to the right people at the right time, and that does not necessarily mean accessible to everyone. In terms of interoperability, by what systems and who are the authorities who make those decisions about protocols and permissions as they flow through those systems? Do they even flow through those systems? Is it culturally appropriate? Knowledge shared at a person-to-person level may not be appropriate to pull into a global aggregator. And again, that moves the knowledge further away from the knowledge authority. Has the knowledge authority given their free, prior and informed consent for their knowledge or data to be shared at that level? And lastly, reusable. Reusable by whom? Are there limits and time periods to the free, prior and informed consent? And what is the knowledge or data how is that going to be reused? One of the things I see commonly today is that the assumption that anything that has been published on the internet is freely available to be used in any way, shape or form. And I know that that data is being pulled into large language models without the consent of people who put it there without even considering 10 years ago that it might be pulled in like that. Okay. Lastly, just to speak about care, because I know that from my experience, again, there's a lot of focus on fair and expectation around fair, but fair and care are intended to be implemented together, and care is the response, the global Indigenous response to the FAIR principle. The four key parts of it are that collective benefit, any research that uses our knowledge, data or resources should also benefit us, and that means in tangible ways as well. We should have the authority to control and be decision makers for the collection, care and ongoing management of our data and knowledge. That any researchers have the responsibility to make sure that the relationships during the research are built on respect, reciprocity, trust and mutual understanding as defined by the Indigenous peoples to whom that knowledge relates. Those working with Indigenous data are responsible for ensuring the creation, interpretation and use of that data uphold or respectful to the dignity of Indigenous nations and communities. And lastly, ethics. Ethical data are data that do not stigmatise or portray Indigenous peoples, cultures or knowledges in terms of a deficit narrative. Ethical data are collected and used in ways that align with Indigenous ethical frameworks and with rights affirmed in UNDRIP. Assessing ethical benefits and harms should be done from the perspective of the Indigenous peoples, nations and communities to whom the data relate. So like I said, there's a lot more. There's other frameworks and you can use whatever framework that works for you, but those are some of the ones that are being most widely applied today. So I'm framework agnostic, and I, to be honest with you, tend to cherry pick which elements of those different frameworks fit with the way I'm trying to build my research project. And I'll share with you 2 research projects I'm working on at the moment. In 2023, I was fortunate enough to be awarded an Enrich Fellowship, which gave me carte blanche to examine Indigenous rights in collections. It also provided me with the opportunity to do a residency at NYU. So while I was there, I took the opportunity to visit as many collecting institutions as I could. One of those was the New York Botanical Gardens. When I first visited the New York Botanical Gardens, I jokingly asked how many Australian records they have there. Turns out, a lot. My next question was, well, whose country do they come from? And it's a question that nobody had thought to ask before, and certainly one that none of the NYBG staff knew how to answer. I saw the NYBG specimens through an Indigenous data sovereignty lens, and that is that these specimens are the non-human kin of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and it seemed like it should be a question that collecting institutions should be able to answer. So I started a project to figure out how you would go about answering this question in a large collection that has over 30,000, well, specific to us, 30,000 records. So the focus of the project is to make the specimen records findable from an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander worldview. And the second goal is to embed Indigenous knowledge or Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander knowledge authority in the specimen record. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. So to give you an idea of the scope of this, NYBG holds 7.2 million specimen records and over 30,000 of those collected from Australia since the start of colonisation. Clearly, going through each specimen record one by one was not going to be practical. So instead, we turned to the digital catalogue and created an export of some of the specimen records from Australia. The metadata, so in this project, we had to rely heavily on the metadata or the descriptions of this record, of these records that are held there. The metadata that is useful for making the records findable and interoperable, so in that FAIR context, is not necessarily the same metadata for assisting Indigenous peoples in finding our knowledge and data and asserting our knowledge rights. So it requires quite a lot of metadata enrichment. Partnering with me on this project is the Language Data Commons of Australia, or the LDACA team, and also Alex Ip from ARNet. And I used their coding know-how to be able to quickly map just over 11,000 specimens to their collection point. To do this, we use the geolocation metadata and geospatial analysis and Google Earth to map the specimen records. So I know this is about botanical data, but the idea is about piloting a process where we can quickly be able to pinpoint the relationality between a record of any variety to Indigenous peoples. So this is a great first step. But it quickly made us realise that there is almost no First Nation in Australia that doesn't have non-human kin held at NYBG. So here we hit a snag. So many of the botanical specimen records lacked even the most basic information to help us connect them back to country. So much reparative work had to be done before we could even start thinking about which traditional owner groups relate to the specimens. Of the 30,000 specimen records that were collected from Australia, only 11,200 have enough metadata that we can quickly connect them to a place. 7,300 have been catalogued, transcribed and digitised but have no geolocations. 12,500 have been catalogued but not transcribed or digitised, and again have no geolocations. What's most concerning is that there are over 25,000 specimens sitting in boxes that have not even been entered into the catalogue, so there is absolutely no findability for that data at all. So in archives and libraries, we use the term orphan works to describe items that don't have enough provenance information to tell us where the item comes from or what the chain of custody has been. And while these specimens have provenance information from a Western point of view, so they might have the date and place of connection, the collector's names and the herbaria that have bought and sold the specimen before it came to NYBG, they could be considered orphan works from an Indigenous point of view. Because we don't know who the traditional owners are that relate to the specimen. If Indigenous people assisted in the collection of processes, which often happened, they are not named in the metadata. They may be named in the field notes, but the field notes are kept separately in an archive that are not linked to the botanical specimen. So again, we very rarely have any information in the metadata that easily identifies the traditional owner group. So the relationality and the Indigenous Knowledge Authority has been disrupted, disconnecting the knowledge from its Indigenous Knowledge Authority. So while we did some work around the physical geolocation, the next step was how do we connect that then? How do we infer who the traditional owner group, the related traditional owner group might be? So we've been trialling a few different methods, and please let me just stress that none of these are suggested as the way to do it. This is just a trial and error to test out different methods of doing things. The process of trying to re-establish the connection to traditional owner groups is particularly difficult in Australia because we don't have treaties. So we don't have predefined areas that are agreed upon at a state or national level in a lot of cases, unlike, say, for example, our Maori colleagues in Aotearoa. So what we've used are different data sets where there is some sort of indication of who the related traditional owner group might be or a language group. So the one in pink is where we've used the native lands layer, which you might have picked up closely resembles the IATSIS Auslang map. And although there's no clear explanation what the source of the data is, that's what we suspect they've done. As many of you will know, the Auslang map is contested by many people. It has a lot of First Nations who are missing or who dispute the boundaries. There's debate about whether people should want to be represented as language groups or as a sovereign nation. Hard borders themselves are disputed. So this is all actually for demonstrative purposes, but this is really just to show that this is where we started, just to get an initial idea, and we've still got a long way to go. The one at the top with the grey is using the Asher and Moseley glottography data set, where it's a language data set where they've mapped language groups. As you can see, it doesn't cover all of Australia, and so while it's useful, it doesn't give us a lot of coverage. What we'd like to explore more is correlating points where language data has been recorded with points where botanical specimens have been recorded. The problem with the first two methods is that the data has been built with into data sets by people who are non-Indigenous, non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. The one in the right is where we've tried to use a data set where Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people themselves have asserted that they have a relationship to this particular country, and it is the native title and Indigenous land use data set, or ILU as they're called. So again, these are for illustrative purposes of the process. We're not necessarily saying that any one of these should be used to infer conclusively what a relationship is between a piece of knowledge and the traditional owner group. So particularly with native title, we know the process is deeply flawed, but it does nevertheless give us an indication of areas of land where Aboriginal people themselves have asserted their right to be recognised as the knowledge authority for that country. More importantly, there are plenty of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who, for one reason or another, have not been included in a native title determination, and therefore we would never look to see the native title data set as being conclusive again. But what we are trying to do is we're trying to pull together as much information as possible to give an indication of who the data or knowledge that's held in collecting institutions might relate to. The point being that you can't exercise your rights over knowledge or data that's held in collecting institutions if you cannot find it. So we're trying to make this data or knowledge findable. So you can see here that, so this is just a screenshot of up on my country, and if you were to click on one of the yellow dots, each of those is a botanical specimen that's been collected, it will give you a pop-up and it lists the different traditional owner groups and the source of that data. So this is not NYBG saying this botanical specimen belongs to Butchulla people. It's NYBG saying, according to these data sets, there has been an indication of a relationship between this botanical specimen and these different traditional owner groups. And then the idea is that the traditional owner groups themselves, if they decide what they want to do with that knowledge or information. Oh, let me go back. So the next stage of that project is applying what's called BC notices or biocultural notices, which some of you might be familiar with the local context work of notices and labels. And then we're working with New York Botanical Gardens to push some of that metadata back to them and deciding how that Indigenous association will appear in the New York Botanical Gardens catalogue. Most importantly, we are trying to spread the word with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to say, do you know that this material is there? Are you interested in finding out more about it? Would you like to do anything with these materials? So just 2 weeks ago, I think, I was up at Palima and we talked about the project there and had a lot of communities coming up at the end of the presentation to say, can you tell me what botanical specimens are there from our country? Okay, so in that example, we didn't yet know who the related Indigenous Knowledge Authority is, or we don't yet know who the related Indigenous Knowledge Authority is to the data or the knowledge or the information that we're working with. So we're working to try and connect that back so people can use their or apply their own self-determination to decide what the next stage of the project should be. In this project now I'm going to share, the second project I'm going to share, it's specifically focusing on archival records that relate to the Girigan and Mamu communities whose traditional country is in the far north Queensland between Cairns and Townsville. So this process is to work collaboratively with the Aboriginal corporations for these groups to support them in becoming authorities to their knowledge and data that is held at Queensland State Archives. In this case, while I am an Indigenous researcher, I am not myself Girigan or Mamu, and I have no direct relationship to the knowledge that forms the basis of the research. Therefore, I am myself an outsider researcher. In this situation, I see myself, well, actually in all my research, but specifically like in situations like this, I see myself as a conduit to assist Girigan and Mamu groups in assessing the information and accessing, information and resources supplied through the research funding to support their goals. In this project, we are working in partnership with the Queensland State Archives First Nations Strategy Team to examine Queensland State Archives records that relate to Girigan and Mamu, and to question whether the metadata or the description for those records aids or hinders their findability for the Girigan and Mamu peoples. The project involves working both on country and at Queensland State Archives with the full project team. And unlike the previous project, the process for this has been quite slow, as I'm sure you can imagine. The first step in this project was putting out an EOI to see if any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities were even interested in this project. So I had an idea. I think metadata is hugely important, but it was my idea, and I didn't want to assume that anyone else thought it would be an important project. So we put it out to an EOI, and several Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities put in an expression of interest, and we ended up partnering with Girigan and Mamu. The next stage was negotiating a research agreement between all four partners. So that's Macquarie University, the Queensland State Archives, the Girigan Aboriginal Corporation, the Mamu Aboriginal Corporation. So that process took many months to get that research agreement signed. So the next stage, we've hosted workshops on country, and that, again, we still haven't gotten to the point of talking about the research questions. It's simply explaining what the research is, what the scope of the research is, and also teaching them about archives and how to do an archival search and online catalogue and what metadata is. So they come into the research project feeling as informed or empowered about what we can do as the rest of us. So it's a long, slow process, and it's really been a process of building strong ties with the community. I want to just touch on two other smaller examples about how Indigenous Knowledge Authority can be recognised. So this is a journal article that I published with Leanne Wilson, who's Bidjara, and it's called Green Ribbon and Blue Ribbon Stories. So the information shared in the journal article is a conceptual framework that was originated by Leanne based on her Bidjara family teachings. I had heard Leanne speak about the conceptual framework in the Building on the Strength of Our Stories training that she runs. And I wanted to use the Green Ribbon and Blue Ribbon Stories framework in my own research, but it hadn't been published anywhere yet. By academic standards, I could have referenced Leanne as a post-com, I guess, talking about the Green Ribbon, Blue Ribbon Stories, but that wouldn't have been morally right. If the framework were published under my name, and I had fixed it in a tangible format for the first time, I stood to become the copyright owner of that conceptual framework. Again, not morally right. So instead, I asked Leanne if she would like to publish it, and I offered to help her to do it. Leanne is not an academic, and so was initially hesitant to do that. But we worked together and we co-authored the article through yarning. So even though the article is co-authored and both authors are Aboriginal, we're very strict that Leanne needs to be identified as the Indigenous knowledge holder and the authority for the knowledge shared in the journal article. So within the article, we give guidance about that. The article includes our cultural identities and our relationship to the knowledge. And while I am the co-author and did the physical authoring, I mean typing and framing of the journal article, we also made clear that when citing the framework itself, it should be cited as Leanne Wilson in Wilson and Barraclough, because we wanted to make it clear always that she is the authority for that information. This article was also the first academic journal article to be published using a TK notice to again call out that there's Indigenous knowledge issues or attribution that needs to be considered in that. So the journal went on to win the Sigrid McCausland Award for Emerging Writers, and we have since co-authored a book chapter together. It has also resulted in Leanne working with schools to develop curriculums based on the Green Ribbon and Blue Ribbon Stories teachings, which I think overall is a wonderful outcome for benefit sharing, and one of the best is possibly that Leanne has now been offered a postgraduate degree to help formalise her work in that space. Another one I just wanted to highlight is that increasingly researchers are applying TK notices in the works that they're disseminating. So here's another one out of University of Technology, Sydney, UTS Press, where it's a zine, a collection of works by Indigenous scholars there. And again, the TK notice just flags that there are Indigenous knowledge, rights and attributions in there that need to be considered when citing and using that work. So what I would love to is to get to a place where Indigenous knowledge authority sits firmly within our communities again, and that the person with the closest relationship to the knowledge be recognised as the authority, and then anyone outside of that authority group reads and cites their work to honour that knowledge authority. Today we are still seeing first Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in many disciplines and fields, but there are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander scholars in pretty much every field you can name now. And it's all our responsibilities to know them and their work and read their work deeply and cite it. More importantly, what I hope that I've demonstrated today is that Indigenous Knowledge Authority exists outside and independent of the Academy, that it has rigour and merit. And then when we pulled that knowledge into the Academy, we need to make sure we are honouring the Indigenous Knowledge Authority at every stage of our research process. To make that happen, we need to think about how we as researchers include Indigenous Knowledge Authority at each stage of the research process. And some of the changes that need to happen on a micro level, and some need to happen on a much bigger level. I'll acknowledge that. But there's a lot that we have direct control over, and when we don't have direct control, we need to be the ones advocating for those changes in the Academy. So if we think again back to the continuum and that flow through our research process, and in the create stage, we can start by embedding Indigenous Knowledge Authority at the conceptualisation of our research project. Everywhere in Australia is Indigenous lands. Whose country is your research taking place on? Are you using resources, knowledge or data that comes from that country? And are you foregrounding that in your research design? How does the proposed research topic align with the aspirations and needs of that traditional owner group? And how will they benefit from your research? Who is on your research team? Are you the right person to be doing the research? If your research involves cultural knowledge, do you have the person or persons with the closest relationship to that cultural knowledge involved in the project? Who in your team has the authority? If the research has an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander focus, does the project have an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander chief investigator? Shockingly, the answer is still no to that many times. And research agreements should be the basis for any research partnerships with Indigenous communities. I know from my own experience that you may need to push for that with your university to get them to agree to ISIP clauses that allow Indigenous participants and partners to retain their IP. But you can do that, and universities will agree to that if you persist. When you're capturing the data, are you getting the Indigenous Knowledge Authority involved in decision making about the data gathering methods and how free, prior and informed consent should be gathered and for how long it should be granted? How is the data recorded? How is the data going to be stored? How are you going to describe it? Who can access it? Where and who can access it? You'll notice that many of the points in these last two stages are also components of the ethics applications. And on one of the macro changes I would love to see is representatives from relevant traditional owner groups being included on ethics review boards to assess proposals, research proposals that relate to our countries. That is something that happens in other places, in other countries, but not consistently here. And lastly, when we're disseminating or pluralising our work, who are cited as the authors and who will retain copyright? Again, who benefits? I want to close by saying that the one thing I've learnt in my short academic career is that the more you collaborate and share, the more rewarding the research in both tangible and intangible ways. As academics and researchers, we're in a position of power, and by acting as a conduit to support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's needs and aspirations, our research can have much longer and more wide-reaching legacy than if we were doing it for ourselves. By embedding Indigenous knowledge authority in research practices, we move closer to Indigenous peoples being able to maintain, control, protect and develop our knowledges, as is our right, and not just because it's stated in UNDRIP, but because that is what is morally right. Gulngul Nayan. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, for expanding on and really such a marvellously detailed presentation. So it then leads me to see if there are any questions here on the floor or online. We have Dewey just down here. Do we have any microphone people? Yeah, thanks. It's like a maze.
Thanks, Rose. Amazing presentation, and obviously for the amazing work with the ICAT stuff, which allowed Deakin to do the work that... Hello? Can you hear me now? Thank you, and thanks for the amazing work with the ICAT stuff so that Deakin could do the work that we do. Having worked on some specimens in the National Herbarium here on an older project, one of the challenges was getting them to actually consider metadata. So, and I noticed in one of the slides that you had the descriptions for, was that an update to their metadata standards, or did they already have those categories?
No, so we're currently having conversations with them, and I should say that New York Botanical Gardens have been very supportive. So the conversation we're having at the moment is which metadata field or fields would be most appropriate, and if it's appropriate to reallocate an existing field or use a text field, for example, or bring into play a field that they're not currently using. Each of those, as you will know too with your work, that have different benefits and restrictions. One of them, text, is very helpful if you want to be expansive, but it doesn't allow for the functionality of filtering. So say, for example, if you go to the catalogue and just want to find Euromobs specimens, it's not going to allow for that. So we're trying to figure that out right now. As for metadata standards, that's not part of the conversation necessarily, but what is part of the consideration is that the original data set that we created to be able to do this work was an export from GBIF, so it's you'll know the aggregator. There is a question about, does this enriched metadata pull through to GBIF, and which field would it go into if we want to do that? And I know GBIF itself is having conversations about how do they represent Indigenous knowledge authority in their system as well. So I think there'll be a kind of a combination of it flowing down from GBIF, but also maybe like some questions going up to them as well. Like, if we do this, how is that going to translate through? But if there are any specific answers, I will definitely let you know.
Thank you.
Thanks, that was an amazing talk. Sorry, that was an amazing talk, so thank you very much. There's a productivity commission about AI and the relaxing of copyright. Just wondered what your thoughts were on what that means for traditional owners and traditional knowledge holders in relation to that kind of, I guess, you know, a lack of guardrails.
I think Tui's done a bit of work. I'm just going to fill you in there, Tui. So she might be better placed to answer that question. And I'm not specifically familiar with what's in the guardrails. I have had a look through it, but not for a while. For me, I think regardless of the setting and the process and the system, Indigenous knowledge rights remain the same. So it's about enacting them wherever we go. I will say that that is a challenge wherever we go, right? But again, as we heard said this morning, just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it can't be done, and it also doesn't mean we should stop advocating for it. So that's where I just come from, that position with everything I do.
Hi. Oh, that was very loud. Thank you. That was so interesting. I was wondering about the expression of interest process. You mentioned that to find communities who are interested in metadata projects. What did that look like practically, or was there a channel you used for that? Or?
Social media.
Social media,
yeah.
Of course.
So went out on Facebook, Instagram and LinkedIn, and then just asked people to share it as widely as possible. And the response was good, or I guess the response was enough that we were able to find a really solid community partner. We had the actual EOI process, the way that they had to respond was, we tried to keep that as simple as possible. And I think the only requirements were it had to be Queensland mob, because we're partnering with the Queensland State Archives. And it needed to come from a community or some sort of community formulation, so it couldn't be an individual, for example. And then sort of to extend that, they needed to have a clear governance structure in place. So that's why Girragan and Malmo have had their Aboriginal corporations working for decades now. So yeah, but it was interesting to see the responses we got back. There was a whole range of responses. And obviously because of the project budget, we couldn't choose all of them, but the Enriched Fellowship, which came with a significant amount of funding, actually allowed me to go to a few of the other communities and say, look, we can't partner with you on this main project, but we can do other smaller projects with you. So that has, resulted in bringing elders groups down to Queensland State Archives for a few days, and then explaining to them about how archival processes work, and asking, getting a feel for what sort of project they might be interested in the future. So it resulted in relationship building more broadly than just this specific project as well.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose. If you could all put your hands together. Thank you. Now we have lunch coming up, but first, Lucky just wanted to say a couple of words, and then we'll convene back here at 2 p.m. on the dot. Thank you.
Thanks, Malcolm. I'd just like to say that the proceedings from last year's Kummargii Yulendji are now published on Informit, and if you follow the QR code, they're available online for you to read. They're open access, available to everyone. Additionally, we've actually got the hard copy out on the table outside there in the foyer. Pick one up. It's compliments of the day. And I'd just like to say that to congratulate all the authors who contributed their papers to be created into articles, and also to the Informit team who actually put this together. It was a bit of a task, but we got there. And it's just a way that we are further sharing the great work that everybody's doing in this space. And we're going to do it again this year. Additionally, if you don't know who Informit is and if you don't know who CAVAL is, just go to the table out there and have a chat to the good people there. Okay, lunch, enjoy.
Welcome back. I trust you all had a satisfying lunch. For those that needed it, a restorative nap, or in my case, I needed a beauty nap, which didn't work. Welcome back to the afternoon session. We now have a series of lightning talks, shining the spotlight on a variety of projects underway. We'll save any questions for speakers until the end of the session. So first up, we have Naomi Grohl from Sydney University Press, who will present Amplifying First Nations Voices through Sydney University Press's publishing program. And we pause to give her time to rush up the stairs. And thank you, Naomi.
I'd like to begin by recognising and paying respect to the elders and communities, past, present and emerging, of the lands that we stand on today. For thousands of years, Indigenous Australians have shared and exchanged knowledges across innumerable generations for the benefit of all. It is in this spirit that we meet here today to discuss how we can best preserve and platform these voices. I am grateful for the generosity of the First Nations communities and Indigenous academics who I have worked with at Sydney University Press. Countless scholars and knowledge holders have contributed their experiences and research to our Indigenous music, language and performing arts series. Academic publishing faces challenges in adequately representing Indigenous knowledge systems. When we consider Australia's Indigenous music and temporal arts with their ancient roots and global reach, these challenges become particularly apparent. As our series recognises, because of the massive and ever-developing diversity of form, meaning and social significance within Australia's Indigenous music, academic study is still working to define its scope and nature. Our Indigenous Music, Language and Performing Arts series, founded by Emeritus Professor Linda Barwick, represents Sydney University Press's approach to addressing these challenges. The series aims to stimulate discussion and development in the fields of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander music, language and performing arts, while also looking beyond Australia to First Nations cultures around the world. Our series is guided by distinguished scholars including Professor Clint Bracknell, Professor Jacqueline Troy and Professor Miff Turpin as series editors, supported by an editorial board that brings together Indigenous and non-Indigenous expertise from Australia and internationally. Our scope is broad and inclusive. We welcome proposals for studies of traditional and contemporary performing arts, including dance, popular music, art music, and experimental and new media. We also focus on the importance of First Nations languages for culture and empowerment in recognition that language and performing arts are intimately connected. However, it is important to acknowledge that academic publishing structures have created barriers for accessing First Nations knowledge and made important cultural knowledge less accessible to the communities it concerns. There are clear limits to presenting oral and performative traditions in a Western written medium, but our hope is that we can translate the musicality and dimensions of language through the use of mixed media. When song samples are available, we use QR codes within the text to provide readers an opportunity to listen to the music in real time, creating a more immersive and emotive experience. Contributors share musical notation, glossaries of language, and explanations from custodians to provide overlapping layers of interpretation. Our publications therefore aim to demonstrate how Indigenous performing artists and community members can collaborate with academic researchers and develop scholarship to serve community needs and priorities. Recent titles illustrate this approach. Vitality and Change in Warlpiri Songs draws insights from senior Warlpiri singers and custodians to address their concerns about the transmission of ceremonial songs to future generations. Each chapter draws on previously recorded materials to demonstrate how to maintain and rejuvenate the knowledges and practices core to Warlpiri cultural heritage. Keeping Time addresses essential questions around archive and research ethics in Indigenous contexts, such as the implications of using Western techniques to transcribe and analyse the music of non-Western cultures. The Old Songs Are Always New traces the reclamation of over 1,300 recordings of Tiwi songs made between 1912 and 1981, held in the archives at IATSIS. In this book, elders enabled the transcription of many song texts and melodies for the first time, shedding light on how generations of Tiwi singers have connected the past with the present in a continuum of knowledge transmission and arts practice. Although each of these titles concerns a distinct Indigenous culture, our series seeks to publish research that will address existing questions and centre Indigenous voices and agency overall. By providing a platform for both emerging and established voices, we aim to contribute to the ongoing development of academic fields focused on music, language, and performing arts studies. Each publication adds to a growing body of scholarship that works to accurately represent and respect complex Indigenous forms of knowledge, while still adhering to Western standards for peer-reviewed academic literature. This was a brief introduction to our Indigenous language, music, language, and performing arts series, which represents just one approach to making First Nations knowledge more available and accessible within academic publishing and beyond. We recognise there is much more work to be done, and we're committed to learning from communities, scholars, and readers as we continue to develop this series. We welcome proposals from researchers and encourage dialogue about how to further amplify this series in teaching and learning environments, as well as how academic publishing can better serve Indigenous knowledge systems and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Next up, we have Melissa Saruria about her PhD research at the University of Melbourne, exploring how initial teacher education programs prepare pre-service teachers to embed Indigenous perspectives into their teaching. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you so much. Montadra, that's welcome in my language. What a privilege it is to be here with you all on Wurundjeri country today. I'm Melissa Saruria, Gugu Yimithirr woman from Queensland, currently living, working and studying here in Naarm. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land and pay my respects to the elders past and present. Picture this. A classroom where Indigenous perspectives aren't just a box to tick, but the heartbeat of learning. That's the vision driving my research. With Indigenous content now a national curriculum priority and a requirement as part of the AITSL standards, initial teacher education programs are the launchpad for creating culturally responsive teachers. But are we giving our future educators the tools they need to soar and to succeed? My research, grounded in Indigenous standpoint theory and guided by NACADA's cultural interface, zooms in on pre-service teachers' voices to find out what's working, what's not, and how university programs and education can do better. As an Aboriginal woman living, working and studying within the cultural interface, my positionality deeply informs my PhD research, allowing me to navigate and bridge Indigenous and Western knowledges. This aligns with NACADA's cultural interface framework, which guides my exploration of how pre-service teachers can authentically embed Indigenous perspectives in education by negotiating the complex interplay of cultural knowledges and practices. So what's the vibe from the pre-service teachers? Many are eager but nervous. They're worried about getting it wrong or slipping into tokenism. For example, just tossing in a Dreamtime story and calling it a day. My findings to date show that they need more support, they need more education, and more opportunities to engage with Indigenous knowledges and perspectives. But here's the good news. When initial teacher education get it right, the results are electric. Pre-service teachers light up when they connect with local communities or learn from country itself. It's like watching a spark turn into a flame. Students feel like they're being represented within their education system. Truth-telling is taught. Reconciliation isn't just a word, but a pathway. And student engagement and retention increases. So how do we fan that flame and move beyond superficial nods of Indigenous perspectives? Now, I don't want to give away too much before I get to publish my thesis, but I propose some practical game-changing strategies for higher education to move past a single subject within initial teacher education and scaffold Indigenous perspectives throughout their entire program and courses. Teach more than just theoretical knowledge, but practical knowledges and examples to engage pre-service teachers in these experiences. Firstly, let's get pre-service teachers collaborating with Indigenous elders and communities. Imagine having guest speakers or co-designed lessons that bring Indigenous voices front and centre. Secondly, place-based learning is where it's at. Encourage teachers to weave local Indigenous histories or ecological knowledge into their lessons. It's like grounding education in the land's own story. And finally, rethink the system. Initial teacher education programs need to embed Indigenous knowledges everywhere, not just in a single workshop or not just in a single subject. From assessments to practicums, let's make Indigenous ways of knowing, being and doing the golden thread running through it all. These ideas aren't just about meeting curriculum goals. They're about sparking a movement toward reconciliation and equity. By empowering pre-service teachers to teach with respect and authenticity, we're shaping classrooms where every student feels seen and feels heard. As I wrap up, my research and findings about preparing pre-service teachers to embed Indigenous perspectives into their teaching through their initial teacher education programs is not only a relevant topic in the current climate, but it's a necessity. Let's make teacher education a place where Indigenous perspectives thrive, not just survive. Together we can train educators who don't just teach, but transform, building a more reconciled Australia one lesson at a time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. This really sharpens the mind and focus. So next, we have Yasmin Hall and Michaela Hill from Charles Sturt University Library, who are joining us online, gentlemen. Their lightning talk is called A Cultural Safety Project at Charles Sturt University Library. Thank you, Yasmin and Michaela.
Hi everyone, thanks for having us here. I'm coming to you today from Bathurst in Wiradjuri country, beside the Womble River and at the base.
Some awkward fill here if we're taking time.
Can you hear me okay?
30 seconds.
Oh, I can hear you guys.
Okay.
We've just lost them for a minute. How about, is Rebecca here? How about, gentlemen, how about we switch while you sort the technical issues and we switch to Rebecca and then we can switch back. So the fourth speaker, who was to be our final but is now our third, is Rebecca Hurd, an RMIT Vice-Chancellor Indigenous Doctoral Research Fellow. Rebecca's presentation is titled Lock Them Up and Shut Them Up, Where are the Voices of First Nations Children and Young People who are incarcerated in Queensland, and what do they think is important to their wellbeing? Thank you, Rebecca.
Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and the neighbouring Boonwurrung peoples and pay respects to them, their ancestors who walked before us on this country, and also Pay respects to all you mob in the room and everyone else as well. So it sounds a bit harsh to lock them up and shut them up, but my research is about understanding the needs of our First Nations young peoples who are in detention or who experience injustice involved or experience detention in southern Queensland, and using Indigenous research methods and methodology. So the first part of that statement is in the lock them up, and that is because in Australia we lock up on any given night at 812 young people, and they're from 10 to 17. So we're not even including 18-year-olds in this, and there are 18-year-olds in youth detention as well. We're also not including the young people who are locked up in watch houses. That's 59% of those 812 are First Nations. We take it to Queensland, where that is actually the locking up or incarcerating the highest number of young people on any given night, which is 306. That's Australian Institute of Health and Welfare data from 2023 to 24. That will be higher now because of the laws in terms of breaching bail and the adult crime laws, where you're seeing young people doing adult time for things like car theft, drug dealing, pretty kind of normal things for teenagers, to be honest. And of those young people, 70% of them are First Nations. So I first began this kind of journey when I worked on a project with Queensland Uni and walked into the detention centres in 2021. And I was very privileged to be able to interview over 110 young people. And before I went in there, the general kind of talk was that these kids don't talk. These kids don't talk. You're not going to get anything out of them. And what I found was the absolute opposite, where these young people talk. They want to talk. They want their voices to be heard. You just have to be there to create a space for them that's not judging, that's being there and listening. And they absolutely won my heart. I absolutely fell in love with these kids. There's so much deficit talk. There's so much negativity, but they are amongst the most, innovative, clever, funny, resourceful, resilient, even though that's words overused, loving people. I'm going to get off topic, so I'll keep going. So where are the young people's voices? In research space, it's so few. Such few papers, such little research. There's plenty about the young people. There's plenty talking to the statistics. There's plenty of deficit base. There's plenty talking to the people who work with the young people. And there's some, minimal, but some out there that actually engage with the young people. But in terms of engaging in ways that are culturally appropriate, culturally relevant and respectful, there is, well, my latest kind of look at the narrative review came up with about 7 papers. So my goal is to be able to connect with the young people, design research with them that is going to be reflective of their voices. So at this point, I'll give you a little story of how the research design came about, and really hope that I don't go over 5 minutes. But in doing the interviews with the young people, I've got big earrings on now, but my mum makes these amazing earrings. And so I would go into the youth detention centres wearing these earrings, and a lot of the young people would be kind of fascinated with them. So this young fella was looking at my earrings, and I said, okay, yeah, have a look at it. And he did a little twiggle and it broke. And his face just dropped, and we were both in shock, and then we both cracked up laughing. And it was a really nice moment. And from there, I was able to facilitate being able to make earrings with the young people in there. And then that expanded on to doing art. And then that project finished, but I kept on going in and doing art, which then became mentored by a Waka Waka Kummargii Yulendji man and some of my own mob to continue to do more culturally focused art with the young people. And I've been doing that since 2022. So most weeks I go into these spaces, and I'm getting off track. But where this is going is that the research design has come from the young people. It's come from me doing art with them. It's come from me asking them, okay, I've got an opportunity to do research. What would you like to do? well, we'll just keep doing what we're doing, which is sitting around, making art together and yarning, and the kind of incredible conversations that come from that. And then I asked the young people, what would you like to talk about? And a couple of them said, I want to tell you my life story. I want to put it in a book. So that's quite a big thing to have kind of placed on you as well. So the next kind of stage in this is, how do you do that? So very, very complex and comprehensive ethics proposal, all done. Woo! I work with an amazing First Nations organisation at Inala called Yulendji, and so those young people go in and out of detention. It supports the young people, and I'm able to yarn with them. So that's a very supportive kind of context. Bit of this within the academy, convincing people that yes, Indigenous research methods, even within STEM, are very valid research methods, and they don't need to be compared with Western methods to make them valid. And the next kind of step is the youth justice research and evaluation giving me the tick to go ahead. I'm supported by the directors of the youth detention, the cultural units, the program units, and I've been applying for over a year where there are people, well, less than a year, but almost a year, to be able to get into that space to do research. So I'm hoping that the next time I'm talking, I'm able to talk about how to break the door down and scream. Thank you.
Right, we will try again. I've now prepared some more professional fill too, but we will now try Yasmin and Michaela, already introduced, and cue. There's an infinite number of Yasmins and Michaelas, but they're both trapped in a black hole currently and their voice isn't there.
Can you hear us now?
Hello.
So while we're doing that, can I just make a personal reflection on what Rebecca is talking about? Many, many years ago, I am the mother of my two grown-up daughters. She worked in juvenile justice in north of Melbourne, particularly Northland. No one ever asked the kids about their experiences. No one ever asked them what worked for them. She ended up working for the Aboriginal Women's Legal Service down in Bairnsdale. Same thing, like it's a service provided, but there wasn't that polling of what do you want, what is your voice, and that really resonated with me, so thank you. And now,
how are we going with sound?
Yeah. Well, we're nearly there. Your voice is just echoing a little. Let's try again. I think we're good.
Is that better?
How are we going? I can't hear anyone else now.
Okay, you can go now. You can talk. It's all working. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here. So I'm coming to you today from Bathurst in Wiradjuri country, beside the Wombool River and at the base of Walu, which is a sacred site of learning beside our campus on the Charles Sturt University Bathurst campus.
And I'm coming to you from Port Macquarie in Biripi country, where the waterways and mountains are not just stunning, but they're also linked to dreaming stories, ancestral travels and cultural practices.
So we'd like to pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging from the countries that all of our campuses are located within. And we'd also like to share with you some of the work that we've been doing at Charles Sturt University Library to improve access to First Nations research and knowledge. So much of this work's been shaped directly by conversations with elders and First Nations staff and students on our campuses, who've asked us to explore ways to make First Nations research and knowledge more visible and accessible. So can we go to the next slide?
I can't actually see the slides, so I'm hoping it's gone to the next one.
Keep going.
Yeah.
We don't see a slide, gentlemen. Are we going to be able to do this, or shall we just? Is that? No, we can't. Can you paint a verbal picture of these slides for us?
Sure. We'll do our best. Okay, so we did have some screenshots just of our as we're going, just of our collections and library management systems. So just picture them in your head. So one of the key initiatives has been the creation of the First Nations Excellence in Research collection within the university's research repository, which is called CROW for CSU. Our repository is a place where we can showcase our university's research, and we wanted to be able to highlight the important contributions of our First Nations researchers that they've made to the advancement of knowledge in science, education, healthcare, law, and other areas. So researchers can now add a tag to their work, which then places it into this collection. In consultation with local elders and First Nations staff, several inclusion criteria were established, including has the resource been authored by or in close collaboration with Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander peoples? Are contributions by First Nations peoples to the work appropriately acknowledged? And were First Nations people consulted regarding the use of imagery, artworks, or design? So this collection is steadily growing as we promote it and as more researchers are shown how to tag their work. We've also embedded this into our research professional development workshops. So new and established researchers are learning how to contribute to this collection. Yes.
And our slide there just shows that the collection name also comes up as a filter. So when you're in our research repository, you can filter by that collection name as well after you've done a search. And it shows a banner that we have across the homepage of our research repository that you can click on to access the collection. So researchers now also have the option in our research repository to add country names to their outputs. At the moment, country is added to an output as an external organisation with spellings of country names coming from Auslang. But as we get more feedback on this option and system updates occur, we're hoping to find ways that we can represent country as an author more effectively. Now, this slide would have had one of the local elders on Wiradjuri country, Lloyd Dolan, has been helping us a lot with this presentation by letting us test in his profile, and we wanted to thank him for his generous patience and all of the support that he gives the library and the changes we're trying to implement.
We will try and share these afterwards too, so that can be properly acknowledged.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've also introduced functionality for researchers to identify themselves as First Nations peoples, to provide details of country, clan, family, or totems if they wish. This was a direct response to elders' requests for more visibility of First Nations authorship, and it allows those voices to be more easily recognised and celebrated within our research repository. We're providing training on this CROW repository option in our research professional development sessions, within our library guides, and in researcher library induction sessions when our staff joined the university. And Yasmin.
So after conversations with our university, our Pro-Vice Chancellor of First Nations Strategy, we've started purchasing and showcasing a First Nations authored book of the month on our library homepage. So this helps bring these resources to the forefront for all students and staff, hopefully. We were asked by CSU's First Nations Student Success Team to make this engaging and educative. So each book of the month post includes links to our LibGuides and workshops on using library e-resources. And the selected titles span a wide range of reader ages and topics and are chosen to spark interest and encourage exploration. We've almost finalised our secret and sacred resources guidelines for our collections and are working to ensure these materials are stored appropriately. So over the past year, there have been important discussions in various forums about whether it's appropriate to share the titles of secret and sacred works. So in line with this, now that you can see the slide, we just took a cautious approach by not displaying specific titles in the presentation. So to give patrons as much information as possible about each title, we're trying to add more IATSIS subject and place name headings.
You have a slide now.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, so as I said, we're trying to add more of those IATSIS subject and place name headings while providing access conditions and cultural warnings, which we've put into 900 fields. So practically these materials are stored in opaque boxes on non-browsable shelving with request processes in place. Access is granted once permissions are given by our patrons from the original knowledge holders plus their local elders. And where multiple copies of titles exist, Bathurst elders have offered to take custodianship, so cultural authority and responsibility are respected. We've also updated the way cultural warnings and secret and sacred warnings are recorded in our records, moving from the 540 and the 506 fields to local 900 fields in MARC records. We found that many newly imported book records were including cultural warnings from multiple institutions, and since our warnings are developed in consultation with elders and tailored specifically for CSU patrons, moving them to the 900 fields allows us to keep this information accurate for our patrons and minimise duplication from other sources, but also from us going out. Yeah, next slide, please.
Thank you. So just from a collection development and reporting practices perspective, so we use Alma and Primo in our library, so our library management system Alma. In our marketplace, we've introduced new reporting codes within the purchase space, and they are applied when items are added to the cart for purchase. And that allows us to mark items that need to be added by cataloguers to our First Nations Knowledges Primo collection. Identify First Nations authored resources and also to report growth of these resources to the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic and our Pro-Vice-Chancellor First Nations Strategy, both of who ask for updates during the year on our progress in making the library more culturally safe for First Nations students and researchers. This reporting also gives us a practical way to measure how our collections are being decolonised over time. Next slide, please.
So another area we're testing out is our floating Leganto readings and resources lists designed to support language revitalisation in the countries where our campuses are located. So usually these reading lists are locked down to specific subject cohorts for copyright reasons, but these new reading lists are open to all CSU staff and students. They include First Nations and non-First Nations authored resources, both historical, so some going back to the early 1800s. There's really early dictionaries, and current resources. They also include library resources, language apps, websites, videos, and other freely available online resources for learning these specific First Nations languages. Next slide, please.
So looking forward to the next year, we've got several priorities. Firstly, expanding the excellence in research collection, which I mentioned at the beginning. So at present, the collection sits within the CSU's repository CRO, but we're exploring also housing it in our online library catalogue, Primo, as a dedicated special collection. Recent system upgrades mean this should soon be possible, and it would greatly increase the visibility of CSU's First Nations authored research outputs. Something else that we're looking at is normalisation rules within ALMA. So we're working with our library system to accommodate different spellings of language names. So for example, while Wiradjuri with a J is commonly used, Wiradjuri staff and students at multiple CSU campuses have voiced a preference for Wiradjuri with a Y. In response to this, we're exploring using normalisation rules to add fields to ensure all spellings point to the same resources. And that's what we've got in our little screenshot there. Just a kind of a copy and paste, but turning that into a normalisation rule to make sure that we get all of them. And this will improve discoverability and respect for community preferences.
So we've also had interest from First Nations researchers from international countries who'd like to contribute to our First Nations Excellence in Research collection. So we consulted with our elders across campuses, and we're now beginning to explore how to highlight international First Nations scholarship in its own dedicated collection. Next slide, please.
So all of this work is ongoing, and we recognise that we're on a journey guided by elders and communities, but by making First Nations authored resources and research more visible and discoverable and respected, where we hope to strengthen the place of First Nations voices within our collections and contribute meaningfully to wider goals of recognition, reconciliation and decolonisation in higher education.
So thanks once again for having us, and please email us if you have any questions about the work that we've done or how we've done it. Yeah, get in touch. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Perhaps we can move back to the acknowledgement slide, which you wanted to acknowledge a specific elder who had supported you, yes?
Our elder Lloyd Dolan. It was just a screenshot of his Crow profile that he was letting us use very kindly. So
there we are.
That one, that's it, yeah.
Yeah. So you can see on that screen the options that people have when they go into their profile to show that they're a First Nations researcher, and then the free text field that they can put any information they feel comfortable sharing in there. So.
And then that appears on in their profile in the public-facing portal of the repository.
And I cut off some spontaneous applause, so how about we do some non-spontaneous applause?
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Fabulous effort. It was fascinating, but also very difficult for you, and you did paint a perfect picture, so thank you. We would have gone for questions, but I think we're nearly out of time. May I just sympathise with them both? I once was giving a conference presentation from Singapore, and on a close-up of my face, it caught me making the most unflattering facial expression for about 5 minutes. So I think they did much better. Thank you, all of those lightning talks. It's so much information packed into such a short time frame, but all of you spoke eloquently and in a great deal of detail, so thanks. Now, Sarah, over to you.
Thank you. We now have a presentation called Seeking a Genuine and Innovative Partnership in Embedding Indigenous Perspectives in Learning by Nolene Lumby and Lara Keys from Macquarie University. Nolene is an Aboriginal woman born on Dharawal country, and she is the Director of Indigenous Education and Research at the Wallumattagal campus of Macquarie University. Lara Keys is the Manager of Teaching and Research Services at the Macquarie University's Wallumattagal campus as well. So thanks to Nolene and Lara.
Hello. Wonderful. It's lovely to be here. A little bit nervous, but your faces all look very welcoming. I'm sure that the Zoom ones do as well. Thank you for having us. I'm Lara Keys, and my colleague Noe Lumby will be coming up soon. She's down the front there. Noe and I would also like to acknowledge the Woiwurrung and Bunwurrung people of the Eastern Kulin Nation, on whose unceded lands we meet today. We acknowledge ancestors and elders past and present. We also acknowledge the traditional custodians and their ancestors and all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are here for this symposium, and wish them a productive time of sharing during our time here in Naarm and a safe journey back to country. Noe and I would also like to acknowledge our wonderful colleague from Macquarie University, Bachelor Wunamata scholar Dr. Rose Barrowcliffe, who we heard from just before lunch. And we'd also like to acknowledge the amazing work of all our Indigenous colleagues in this space. So Noe and I have come along to talk with you about the work we've been doing with some colleagues together over the last year or so, work that began with a relatively straightforward goal to update and re-energise a collection of learning and teaching resources, a repository designed to support Macquarie University educators in embedding Indigenous knowledges into curriculum, which is work we've heard about from other institutions as well. But Noe and I aren't presenting a new collection or repository to you today. Instead, we'd like to share what we've learned about how Western, linear, systems-driven approaches to getting stuff done actually kind of got in the way of us getting stuff done. and how yarning, participating in a vibrant community of practice and engaging with the Kin and Country framework have transformed the way we work. So throughout the presentation, Noe and I will be using the word we quite a lot. So I wanted to just carve out, we wanted to carve out a little bit of time to introduce some of those we's. Susan Vickery is the Director Academic Library Services, and Anne Cleary is the Coordinator Teaching and Research Services in my team in the library. And they have been central to this project from the beginning. Belinda Tiffin is our university librarian, and she's guided the library's strategic and operational priorities to really foreground this work. So we've had the time to dedicate it, and so I could be here today. Emma Millis is an Indigenous scholar working in Macquarie's Faculty of Medicine, Health and Human Sciences, and Emma is supporting that faculty in embedding Indigenous knowledges into curriculum. Emma has been a generous and really pretty fun collaborator at sharing her time, knowledge and experience. Dr. Lauren Tynan, a Trawlboy scholar from Tebrakuna country in Lutchewita, and Gamilaroi scholar Dr. Michelle Bishop from UNSW, developed the Kin and Country framework in consultation with elders. This framework, as you'll hear from Noe in just a few minutes, has been so central to the partnership that we're sharing with you today. And Lauren and Michelle have continually and generously shared time and knowledge along the way. And we also includes all our wonderful colleagues in the Mudang Dali Connected Curriculum community of practice. These are academic and professional staff from across the university who are committed and passionate about indigenising and decolonising university places, spaces and curriculum. So a little bit of context for the work we've been doing. Macquarie University is one of Australia's youngest. It just celebrated its 60th birthday last year. It is a place of learning built on Darug country that has been a site of Indigenous learning and knowledge sharing since the Dreaming. Darug country is a place on which we feel really privileged to work and, in my case, live as well. In 2022, the university's main campus in Macquarie Park, Sydney, adopted the name Wallamatical Campus to recognise the traditional custodians of the land on which it's situated, the Wallamatical clan of the Darug Nation. And just this year, after consultation with community, the library was renamed Warranara. The photo on this slide, taken by my library colleague John, is of Warranara nestled into our beautiful campus landscape. Warranara means to seek in the Darug language, and the new name acknowledges the continuous traditions of Darug culture and knowledge and reflects the library's role as a place of discovery, intellectual curiosity and support. Over the years, Warranara has worked in partnership with colleagues in Wallangamaroo, and that's Macquarie's Indigenous Student Success Team, led by Darug Woman Director Colleen Mitchell, as well as the Macquarie Centre of Critical Indigenous Studies and Ngarrannuru Office of the Pro-Vice Chancellor Indigenous on various projects and initiatives. This year, for instance, the library released a new strategic plan, which now has an explicit commitment to partnering with Indigenous colleagues and community, and it was developed in consultation with Sam Ricketts, PVC Indigenous at Macquarie. The work we're currently undertaking with Noe on updating a repository of Indigenous resources is itself born out of one of these earlier initiatives. Back in 2018, as part of a cross-campus pilot called Connecting Literacies, there was a project that aimed to create a portal of quality resources that would assist teaching staff in embedding a range of literacies into curriculum. The Indigenous Resources component was curated and developed by Leanne Holt, the then PVC Indigenous Strategy and her team, with the library providing the technical support and advice regarding the Leganto platform to house the repository. These resources were referenced in the still current Mudang Dali Indigenous Connected Curriculum Framework, which is in turn aligned with Macquarie University's Indigenous Strategy 2016 to 2025 and the Curriculum Architecture Policy. The framework aims to support the embedding of Indigenous values, philosophies and knowledges into current and future curriculum. And under university policy, Macquarie students are expected to participate in 150 hours of this Indigenous-focused curriculum throughout their undergraduate course. When Director Academic Library Services Susan Vickery and Noe met last year, the two of them saw the potential of collaborating around updating this existing repository and making it vibrant and sustainable. Susan, Anne Cleary and Noe began meeting. I swanned in a little bit later, and they started to discuss updating and re-energising this repository that had had an initial spurt of activity before engagement with it dropped away. We set out to improve it and relaunch it, and I'm sure it wouldn't surprise you to hear we began with preconceived and pretty fixed ideas of an outcome. In those early meetings, the group jumped into technical solutions such as adding more readings, reorganising the records, adding tags, adding more description, thinking about whether an alternative platform would be better. There were lots of ideas. Now, the repository was a wonderful catalyst for bringing us all together. It provided the impetus for us to carve out space in our workloads and time in our schedules, but it didn't take long for us to feel stuck. Looking back at those early meetings, it's possible to see all the crucial relationship building that was going on that would get us to where we are now. And it's also clear how our default approach or project management lens on the work was getting in our way. We kept coming back to the output, the deliverables. There was a sense of needing to just get through the work so we could produce the right thing. We also started with an existing list, which it turns out was itself a limiting factor on our thinking. We were locked into trying to get somewhere, get something done, and we believed the answer was going to be about making sure the resource was on the right platform and described in the right way. The problem was we kept circling back to concepts and practicalities, meeting after meeting, that we had thought already settled, leading to feelings of frustration and increasing anxiety that whichever approach we went with, it wasn't going to lead to meaningful outcomes. It started to become clear to us that thinking in terms such as adding extra fields to metadata or trying out a new platform was not going to move us forward in a way that felt authentic and worthwhile, and that was more than just a box-ticking exercise. And now Noe's going to tell you about how we changed and the way we approached it.
Thank you, Lara. So how could we move forward? We recognised our current approach was limiting. Running alongside these meetings and this repository activity, I've been leading the Mudang Dali activities with a focus on developing a community of practice across the university. This community of practice is made up of academic and professional staff who have shown an interest and are actively engaged in embedding Indigenous knowledges and perspectives into their work. We meet online monthly and have had the opportunity to meet face-to-face with 2 symposiums and a workshop. A constant throughout these experiences have been the reciprocal sharing of knowledge, learning new skills, and an acknowledgement and celebration of the work everyone has been doing, in an act of weaving together expertise and understanding. In our library meetings, we've been yarning for quite some time, as Laura has said, and that yarning fostered an understanding of relational accountability, the ways in which we are responsible for and to each other, and to country and to community. It demanded that we slowed down, learn about each other, reflect on how we were thinking, and then begin to let go of some of those corporate urges. Our project meetings became a place where we could share, listen and reflect. That provided the opportunity to learn and understand why we were getting stuck. The transformation occurred when we were able to give voice to the tensions and contradictions inherent to the task of trying to share Indigenous knowledges and enable support enable and support Indigenising curriculum within a sector and institution steeped in Western linear colonial ways of thinking and via library systems, platforms and professional norms that are built around the same ideas. Some of the considerations that started to emerge were about how embedding Indigenous knowledges within a digital repository necessitates a careful consideration of the purpose. How will this space hold and share Indigenous knowledges? What protocols must be followed here? How will the materials and the knowledges themselves be gathered, prepared and presented with respect and integrity? Recently, at Macquarie University, there's been a growing interest in the use of Indigenous pedagogies. Young Kaporta's Aboriginal 8 Ways, Jada Bennett's Yarn Pods and Marcel Burns' Relationality Framework. The Kin and Country Framework, co-developed by Dr. Lauren Tynan and Dr. Michelle Bishop, offered us a new way forward. At our April Community of Practice Symposium, participating in the Kin and Country workshop was a light bulb moment. We now had a practical approach to address the repository challenge. So, what is the Kin and Country Framework? Co-developed by Lauren and Michelle, it uses eagle aunt, grandmother and granddaughter as entities and more than human perspectives to inspire students and teachers to think about their research and their work and their concepts and ideas in different and non-human centric ways. So eagle represents the macro perspective and teaches to see beyond immediate locations and contexts. Ant represents the micro perspective and focuses on local and grassroots context. It is cooperative and exists in interdependent relationships. Grandmother facilitates deeper thinking across and between past, present and future and the need to listen with respect. And granddaughter understands the values, priorities and actions of today inform and shape tomorrow. Participants were invited into 4 groups to consider a scenario from one of these perspectives before coming together in kin pairs, eagles with aunts and grandmothers with granddaughters, to explore where there may be common ground and or differences. We ran the Kin and Country workshop via Zoom at our last month's Mudangdali meeting to explore thinking outside ourselves, outside time and from other than human perspectives. That took us beyond our default library approach and opened up new possibilities. The scenario we presented was, embedding Indigenous perspectives into our curriculum can begin with a single resource, but so far traditional library solutions for creating a multidisciplinary collection have not been sustainable or well used at Macquarie. What we've discovered is that after an initial spurt of activity, engagement with these collections drops away. How can we do this differently? What do we need to make this a trusted, collaborative, safe and accessible place? Once we were in our 4 breakout rooms, some prompts for the discussion included, for the eagles, what large structures, institutions and systems are at play? For the ants, where do we search for and share resources that are outside our nest? For grandmother, how have we shared our experiences and knowledges across time? And for the granddaughter, what new technologies could we use? This workshop was well attended, people were engaged in discussion, and most importantly, the technology worked. It was a transformative experience, and what emerged were a number of themes and concepts that decentered library solutions and amplified the importance of relationships and community. These included ideas of visibility and the need to improve findability in our usual academic work. How can the university's processes and workflows support the integration of the work of embedding Indigenous knowledges and practices into our teaching? Another key theme was around packaging, for want of a better word. This was related to protocols, meaningful use in curricula, collaborative and peer mentoring, face-to-face and shoulder-to-shoulder, sharing ideas in implementation through our teaching. In looking at this, we understand this repository work can't happen in isolation. Colleagues valued a safe place to ask questions and noted the importance of connecting with others and modelling of the approaches that have worked, including sharing of case studies. Another focus was the need to distribute responsibility and build our capacity as a community and establish sustainable change for the future. This also includes thinking about a broader community communications plan across the university. So what have we learned so far? It's clear to us that we are in the middle of something that is gaining momentum, but still has a way to go. We will continue to sit together and listen to each other and let this shape our future thinking. We will continue to engage with our community throughout the next stages of development, and we will continue to care about the work we are doing and respond to change. This work shapes our future thinking. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions and would be happy to connect further for any discussion or collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Noe and Lara. Is there any questions? Got the awkward silence again. Is there any questions online at all? No? All right. So hopefully, thank you again. Let's give Noe and Lara a round of applause again. Thank you. So hopefully John is online, but next is an online presentation from Dr. John Doola, called First Nations Knowledge and Language, Torres Strait Islander Knowledge and Concepts in Australian Education. John is a proud Merriman Samset man from Eastern Torres Strait. He is currently the Lecturer of Indigenous Education in Naga, postdoctoral fellow at the University of Melbourne. John is calling from Sydney today, so hopefully he's all good to go. Thank you. You should be good to go, John, if you can hear me. Can you hear me, John? Looks like you might be typing something. Bear with us a moment while we just work out some technical difficulties. John, can you hear me? Oh, now we can't hear you.
I can hear you now.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Sorry about that. Shall I start now?
Yes, go for it.
My name, my name is, as you see on the screen, John Doola, and I'm with the University of Melbourne. I am lecturing in Indigenous education. So this presentation, which is a short one, it's a community perspective as to why Torres Strait education is important in Australian education. Yeah. So I would acknowledgement of country. I would like to make an acknowledgement of country. To the Gadigal people of the Aroa Nation, I am in Sydney at the moment, and I respectfully acknowledge the Gadigal people, and also for the symposium in Naarm. I respectfully acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, and respectfully acknowledge the elders past and present. Yeah. Thank you. So the presentation, a short presentation, is on First Nation knowledge and language, Torres Strait Islander knowledge and concepts in education. So the first, the next slide. I will start off with myself, who am I? And then talk two general foundation statements, 2 slides, about Indigenous knowledge in education. So the first slide is, as you see, where I am from, the 5 island clusters represented by the 5 stars on the Torres Strait flag, and the 2 languages of the Torres Strait, Kalalagau and Miriamir, the 2 arrows, and all dialects there, different dialects there in those islands there. So the next slide. This is the first statement that I want to make, is that this is about celebration of our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander diversity and connection to every part of Australia, and our knowledge system, our stories, which belong to this country and which come from this country, which was gathered thousands of years and generations, which we live by every day, pre and post colonization. The second statement is the first New South Wales Aboriginal Education Policy, 1982. We became more involved with our own education, Indigenous people, and a struggle continues for recognition of Indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge enriches Australian education to create two-way conflict learning space, bringing together Indigenous and Western knowledges, working for inclusivity, learning about Indigenous Australia is education for all Australians' children. So these are the 2 slides that lay the foundation of what I'm going to be talking about. Thank you. So I use this cultural iceberg, Indigenous cultural iceberg diagram. This is a Native American diagram, but it shows what Indigenous connection and concepts and ideas, and with that, the map, the traditional map that you see of Indigenous Australia. We have many nations covering the whole of the Australian continent, islands and Tasmania as well, and many language groups. Australia was multilingual, and with our own knowledge system, each have their own knowledge system based on continuous living and unbroken relationships. There's a lot of things that we can talk about in relation to that cultural iceberg diagram, but you can see there's two, the top of the diagram, the top of the iceberg, material culture, and the bottom is below the surface of the water is non-material culture, intangible things like, for example, with the Indigenous culture, relationships, maintaining, and establishing and maintaining relationships, as you see there in that. And this is what I wanted to use to look at the, and it's relative to our knowledge. So you see most of our culture and intangible, those below the surface, largest part of our culture, Indigenous culture. Just for my people, Miriam people, in Eastern Torres Strait, the concept of Miriam is multi-layered with overlapping meaning. So we have different, we connected with different identities and territorial identities, which we'll see in the slides. So this is just a quick diagram of Miriam society. Is divided at the top into two groups, and you either belong to one or the other, two main groups. And below that, we have the two main groups, the 8 clans, 8 tribes. And from that, we have different people with like garden people, song people, dance people, fish people, and they function in society. People are identified by the wind, which blow on the side of the island and the village. People are identified by their village and sea territory. People are identified by their totems. People are identified by the celestial connection. My tribe, our connection is Gerger Nesur, which is the morning star. So we're connected to that. Just this slide is about our connection to the land and Miriam custom. Miriam's social life springs from Gizged at Las, the village on the eastern side of Mer. Las is the village of Edimabo, Uncle Koiki. Giz means roots of a tree. It also means origin. Ged, which means home or place or homeland, is the undetachable milieu of Miriam identity. For each individual must have a homeland. And the next slide continue with that statement. For the unborn Miriam, Ged is the mother's womb at birth. The individual moves from this Ged to this Ged, the land belonging to his father. His Ged is the center of the world. This also have spiritual meaning to, and based on sacred knowledge, this statement. So we can see that we can't go back and change what we inherit, our land, our totem, because to do that, we have to go back to the mother's womb. So this is where at conception is where we're given our land and our place in society. So I just explained briefly about myself, and I didn't even my totems, which is tiger shark, lekar bezam, and the Torres-Strait pigeon, domer, and corsair, which is the moth, and all other insects. I didn't explain that. So, and I'm just from Eastern Torres Strait, Khmer Miriam Nation, the islands of Erub and Mer. But see how complex that relationship and knowledge base for the other 6 cluster groups and the 4 or 5 cluster groups in the Torres Strait, and their knowledge. If someone with a top Western heritage, as well as Central Nation heritage, Kulkalgal and Khmer Miriam, they have a complex understanding of complex social relationships and connection to everything and everyone. And this is the kind of knowledge system that we're teaching in Australian education through Indigenous education. So, Aweswal, big thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Did we have any questions for John at all? No? Well, thank you very much, John Dawler. That was fantastic.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So next up, just before afternoon tea, we have a short presentation from Alison Letton and Emily Hobson from the National Archives. Emily is the Acting State Manager of Public Engagement at the Victorian Office of the National Archives, and Alison has been at the National Archives since 2023 after completing her Masters in Information Management at RMIT, and is currently the Manager of the Public Engagement team. The presentation is called Collaborative Archiving, Supporting Access to Records Through Indexing. Thanks, Emily and Alison.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So I'm aware that we are the only thing standing between you and afternoon tea, so we won't keep you too long today. But I would like to echo the acknowledgements of country heard today and just recognise that we are privileged to be on Wurundjeri country as guests today. So thank you all. Oh, we've gone too far. I'm too excited. There we go. So who are we? The National Archives are the official archives of the Commonwealth Government, and our role is to work closely with federal government agencies to identify and preserve their most significant records. We're also the only federal cultural institution with a presence in every state and territory, and we have had a few people ask today if we're visiting from Canberra. No, we are Melbourneites. And in Victoria, we have 2 sites. We have a purpose-built repository that holds 55 kilometres of records, and we also have a public research centre located in North Melbourne, which we share with the Public Record Office Victoria, beautiful Victorian Archives Centre building up on the screen there. And we not only preserve records, we also assist the public in accessing and using them for a variety of purposes. One tool to locate records that each National Archives office has at their disposal is the Bringing Them Home Name Index. This is a searchable list of names and places created from our records about First Peoples. It was developed in the early 2000s in response to the recommendations of the Bringing Them Home report, and the aim was to improve access for Aboriginal peoples to find records about themselves, their families and communities. The index was created by a team of people going through each page of our Indigenous records and recording the names that they came across. The BTH index currently contains more than 420,000 names, and in Victoria it covered records from 1860 through to 1970. However, I would like to note that the index is not complete, so funding finished before all of our records were indexed, and the index has been largely static since 2004.
In the Victoria office, the BTH index is crucial in supporting two key services that we provide. The first is the Query Reference Service. This is a joint service run by the NAA in conjunction with the Public Records Office Victoria. This is a culturally sensitive reference service designed to provide support and advice to Aboriginal people wishing to access records relevant to their personal and community histories. This includes undertaking research of the BTH index and the equivalent index at Public Records Office Victoria, providing copies of results of searches, providing copies on request of relevant open access records. This is free of charge. Providing information and referrals where records are closed or where access is to be sought via another agency, and providing guidance and advice on further resources appropriate to family history research. The second is the work of the Stolen Generations Reparations Package Officer, a mouthful. This role was introduced in 2024 and exists to support the work of the Stolen Generations Reparations Package as the Victorian Department of Justice and Community Safety. NAA's role is to locate records to support the research and assessment team at the package, as well as to find and provide access to relevant records relating to removal or timing care for eligible applicants to the package as a part of reparations. This work also relies heavily on the BTH index to locate and provide access to records to support eligibility for the package and redress through access to records.
So it was through the work supporting the Stolen Generations Reparations Package that a key gap in the BTH index was identified. The package specifically applies to Aboriginal people who were removed from their families prior to the 31st of December 1976, and as applications from the late 1960s and early 1970s filtered through to us, it became clear that fewer and fewer records in our collection were being located. After cross-referencing all of the Victorian series listed in our Bringing Them Home name index, we realised that coverage in Victoria is really patchy in the late 60s and it completely stops around 1970. And this is probably due to the fact that indexing was done chronologically on records, which means earlier material was indexed first and that later material was never got to as the funding did run out. So the direct impact of this gap is that we were unable to assist the package in locating records for many of those applicants who were removed from their families in the late 1960s up to the 1976 cutoff. The consequences were twofold. We couldn't use the index to support the research and assessments team record searches, which proved eligibility, and nor could we provide records for redress purposes to eligible applicants who had requested them as part of the reparations process. Once the gap was identified, we endeavoured to fill it. First, we confirmed the federal agency that was in charge of the function of Aboriginal Affairs at the time, and then began looking at the series of records they had deposited with National Archives. One key series stood out to us immediately, which was B411 correspondence files, and it covered the time period 1957 all the way up to 1988.
Once the B411 series had been identified as a key gap in the index, we knew it was important to assess what was in the series. Using agency index cards for the series, we discovered a consignment list that was uncatalogued due to sensitivities in some titles. On this list, we identified records which seemed to be important sources of information for individuals in the relevant period, the 1970s. Two of these records, when viewed by researchers from the package, had already provided key information for applicants seeking redress. The record we selected for the pilot project, titled Foster Care Aboriginal Children, was chosen as it was a very rich source of information about Aboriginal children in care, with correspondence and lists of names which are essential in providing key information for applicants seeking redress.
It is a large record running to 390 pages, but each page has information that could be included in the index and therefore support our work in providing access for Aboriginal people. Putting our team together was straightforward. Emily and I approached team members that worked with the BTH index every day and who have a vested interest in the opportunities for improvement that the indexing project provides. Kayla, our Stolen Generation Reparations Package Officer, and Kim, our Koori Reference Officer, were both part of the project team. We also included a digital archiving cadet on a rotation with the KRU who was familiar with the index, and we thought it would be a great and unique learning opportunity for them. Our goals for the project were threefold. The first was our most immediate. We wanted to support the work of the Stolen Generations Reparations Package, both for their research team and for providing access to records for eligible applicants. This led to our second goal, which was to more broadly support and improve access to these important records, not just for the package, but for all Aboriginal people wishing to access records relevant to their personal and community histories. Thirdly, this was a whole new area of work. None of the team members had undertaken indexing before, so it was a goal to build capability in the team by learning new skills in collaboration with each other and with other teams at the NAA.
So although it has been an incredibly rewarding experience and it has built capability in the team, we found that indexing has come with its own set of unique challenges. One major challenge has been our own internal lack of experience with indexing. So as the original project was so many years ago, there was nobody left in our team who had ever indexed before. So we were all starting from scratch in terms of our expertise. And as the indexing project hasn't had any additional funding or resources, we're finding that the work being done amongst other existing priorities means that developing that expertise has been really slow going. To support our indexing work, we do have access to 2 volumes of procedures from 1998. These were hard copy binders that someone found on a desk, which just goes to show sometimes hoarding is okay. But relying on guides that are almost 30 years old is the second key challenge we face. There's often a lot of ambiguity or really outdated information in these procedures, and as indexers, we have to work out what we think the guides are trying to say. Again, we don't have any subject matter experts to ask for clarification. Staff involved in the current indexing project keep a running list of questions or concerns in a shared document, and we then meet to work through them one by one, trying to identify answers or agree on a solution together. If we can locate an answer from the procedures, we ensure we document where we located that answer. And if we agree on an approach that is not in the procedures, we also document this just to ensure consistency and justification for our decisions as well. A third challenge we frequently bump into is balancing competing priorities. So as I mentioned earlier, this indexing project is in addition to our business as usual tasks, and many of these have service standards or legislative requirements that we do need to adhere to. Although I would say our team all recognises the importance of indexing, it can definitely be a task that falls to the bottom of the list for the day, particularly if you've got researchers ringing, deadlines looming, endless meetings. We all know the feeling. To combat this, we have found that regular catch-ups are really helpful, as is scheduling time in your own day just to commit to really getting that indexing work done.
This indexing pilot project has led to a range of positive outcomes. Firstly, it's been a great opportunity for the project team to develop new skills and work closely with other teams in other areas. We've consulted with the team in NAA's South Australia office, who had already begun some indexing of the South Australian collection, and were able to give us some great advice and templates to get the ball rolling. It has also given us the opportunity to work more closely and collaboratively with NAA's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander engagement team. A group chat of the 2 state offices with this team has been fruitful in providing answers. The focus on the B411 series has also meant that a number of records have been described in the NAA catalogue, making them more accessible to the public and researchers, and we've seen an increase in requests for access to records from this series already. This project has also allowed the Victorian Office to contribute to the strategic direction of NAA as a whole. This project directly supports Our Way, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander protocols, specifically The goal to enhance descriptive information, search capability and findability by using Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander place names and naming conventions, including additional entries to the Bringing Them Home Name Index. It also supports the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Strategy 2022 to 2025, specifically to support and respond to national, state and territory stolen generations redress and reparation schemes, with arrangements and requests for access to archival information to support claims. It also contributes to our Strategy 2025 to 2030, evolving national archives, because we're working better together. The final key benefit is that we have and continue to successfully improve access to this record for the Stolen Generations Reparations Package. We know that this record has provided crucial information used to demonstrate the eligibility of applicants to the package, and will continue to do so in the future, both for the package and for our KRU work.
Just finish off with some next steps and reflections. So for us, we feel that next steps ensure that our indexing approach continues to be respectful and culturally appropriate. We are still guided by the original recommendations of the Bringing Them Home report, and this emphasised the importance of access, dignity and truth-telling in record keeping. We will continue to engage with colleagues across the organisation and with external stakeholders such as the Stolen Generations Reparations Package. External engagement will ensure that we're indexing useful, high-priority records, and our internal engagement will include sharing knowledge, refining tools, and supporting staff development. We don't want someone in 30 years to be looking at our old notes. Once this initial indexing pilot project is complete, we hope to expand our indexing work to include more records from this same series. And we feel that the pilot has given us a really strong foundation to build from, and we plan to apply the insights gained, particularly around that procedure clarity and then how to balance competing priorities, and we hope that this will improve our future indexing efforts. I think overall this project has shown us that even small, focused efforts can have a meaningful impact, and we're really excited to continue this journey with care, respect and a strong sense of purpose. Thank you, everybody.
Hello. I was wondering, I'm really intrigued by the indexing skill building element. Was there any helpfulness with the Public Records Office being co-located, or did any of their staff have indexing backgrounds?
That's a really good question, because they do have their own index as well. It's called the Koori Index of Names, KIN, and they are actually doing a massive uplift of that system at the moment as well. But no, we found a similar thing with Public Record Office. They also haven't done indexing in a really long time, so it really was sort of just building out of these old guidebooks that we found. But possibly if they pick it back up, we could maybe help them in the future.
Wow. Can I ask one more question? And sorry if this is an annoying one. Why do you think indexing as a skill has fallen off in archives and records management?
To be very honest, it's resourcing. So I think when the initial BTH index was created, we obviously had an ingest of funding and we had a lot more staff then as well. And I think as that funding trickled away and wasn't replaced, other tasks just got prioritised, unfortunately. And it wasn't until we felt that it was really a detriment, like it was genuinely people were not able to get records via the reparations package, that we thought, no, it is time to address this. But yes, I think, in the cultural sector, there's been a lot of funding cuts over the past 10, 15, 20 onwards years. And this was probably just an unfortunate consequence of that.
Thank you, and well done. Sounds awesome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to Emily and Alison again.
So
So now it's time for afternoon tea. You've got a little bit more time than was originally scheduled, but please be back by 4:10. Thank you.
Wow, you are all self-managing for this session. That's very impressive. And I think it's because we've all been looking forward to it. It's a panel very dear to my heart. For those that don't know, I used to work at Melbourne University Publishing. I have worked with Mianjin before, and before we start the special panel discussion on Indigenising Mianjin, the Wisdom of Elders, I just have a few words that I'd like to say. And let me briefly read some words that have taken on new importance just recently. In an age governed by the stomach and pocket view of life, and at a time of war and transition, we will strive to talk poetry, for we believe that it is our duty to do so. We believe that it would be a grave error to suppose the nation can drop its mental life, its intellectual and aesthetic activities for 3 or 5 or more years, neglecting them and those trained to minister to them, and then pick everything up again as though nothing had happened. Literature and art, poetry and drama do not string into being at the word of command. Their life is a continuous process, growing within itself, and its suppression is death. You can search for those words on Informit if you like, because my colleague Liam Ryan sent them to me the other day on hearing that Mianjin had been terminated by the university, and that is the forward of the very first of the Mianjin papers. I'm sure many of us are still reeling at that announcement, and I am amongst them. So let me be blunt. The closure of Mianjin in this way is an act of cultural vandalism. A decision based ostensibly on financial metrics, which erases the contribution of all cultural creatives to the sort of country and community we live in. It is even more shocking that this decision has been made without exploring options within writing communities, as who is the moral steward of the intellectual property inherent in the public magazines like Mianjin, and who spoke for their interest. We are honoured to host this discussion today, which will be chaired by Samantha Faulkner, with Nawid Professor Carolyn Briggs and Auntie Janine Leanne. Samantha is a Torres Strait Islander, an Aboriginal woman, an international author, and advises on several boards, as well as being Mianjin's cultural and literary advisor, as well as being on the Mianjin Cultural and Literary Advisory Board. Bunurong Elder Nawid Professor Carolyn Briggs has worked extensively across education, government, community, native title and cultural advocacy. She's been the National Aboriginal Elder of the Year and inducted member of the Order of Australia, Victorian Aboriginal Honour Roll, and is an RMIT Elder in Research. Nawid Carolyn was the author of the second ever Mianjin paper. And Janine Lee is a Wiradjuri writer, poet and academic. Her work has won many awards, including the Scanlon Prize, the David Unayapon Award and the 2025 Victorian Premier's Literary Award. And all of them, so much more. Please check their bios online. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Esther Anatolitis, most recently editor of Mianjin and now representing herself. It's a fairly overwhelming day to talk about such big things, and I'm very proud and happy to leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Malcolm.
It is important that you also recognise that you are on the land of Nam, and we pay our respects to our neighbours. It's also Bunburang and Woiwurrung. And it's about the partnership. I see the word out there, Womanjika, and everybody thinks it's the word mean hello, welcome, but it means more than that. It's a directive. Come with a purpose. Come, ask to come, and what is your intention? So it is about welcoming you on the lands of the Bunburang and the Woiwurrung. So it is, and I haven't got my glasses, so I've got to have it here. So Womanjika, Maran Big Big, Nermda Barupton, Ata Willem. we invite you to our beautiful home, the lands of the two great bays, the home of the Bunburang, and it's about the clear and honourable purpose. It is about how we talk about and note the word Wominjeka is not more than just a welcome. It's a directive that declares your intentions whilst you're on our country. It's the intention to accord with our customary laws, our Wurrungi Bik. Our conditional invitation will be extended provided you continue to respect these laws. These laws were created by our creator Bunjil, who created these lands and waters, and he also created the Kulin people, entrusting us with the duty of upholding the laws, ensuring that there is an adherence to all who set foot on Bunjil's country. Yes, my name is Nawi, Professor Carolyn Briggs. It's the academic term, but it's also my Nawi, and it's also my Pabanata, which is Louisa Briggs, who means Mother Earth. The ancestors spoke of a time before existence of the lands and waters in which we are in the sky. Sorry, this is a long one, so I'm going to just go Wominjeka, welcome to our beautiful home. And I can't see any of the words. I can make it up, but I pay my respects to all of you, and I pay my respects to Esther, who enticed me to be part of the chapters of Meanjin and also be a part of the panel today. So I pay my respects to all my other colleagues who are in this room, other Indigenous fellows which are a part of this network, in these institutions. So Nungojin, Carolyn.
I just like to share in, see this panel as a celebration of Meanjin as well, while we're here with some mixed emotion. Let's not forget that the successes of Meanjin, and particularly in the last few years. And I'll just read this abstract, which I don't think it's too long, but give me that time. A publication called Meanjin has a special responsibility to develop an Indigenising agenda that's explicitly pursued as a learning process. Founded in Maganjin, Brisbane in 1940 and based in Naarm, Melbourne since 1945. The journal's original name was Meanjin Papers, and over time the Meanjin Papers denoted each edition's lead essay. As of Meanjin 82.2 Winter 2023, the Meanjin paper has been an essay written by a First Nations elder that offers a story of place. The Meanjin paper is central to the journal's Indigenising agenda, redesigning the journal around honouring elders. The Meanjin paper is the first piece that readers encounter appearing before the contents page editorial, so that the experience of reading Meanjin always begins with listening to elders. This panel will discuss what Indigenising has meant for Australia's longest running and most prestigious literary journal, one which, despite taking an Indigenous name and despite writing about First Nations culture and publishing Aboriginal style artwork for decades, only published Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander writers for the first time in 1977, less than 50 years ago. Meanjin's Indigenisation agenda was introduced by Esther on becoming editor in late 2022, starting with the establishment of a cultural and literary advisory to guide this important work. And other elements of the Indigenisation commitments included the Black and White Poetry Editing Partnership, the Meanjin Oration Partnership with the Kurumba Institute, the Garumban Residency Partnership with In Place and the Wurundjeri Corporation, the first ever edition devoted solely to the work of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander writers and artists, Meanjin 82.3 Spring 2023, guest edited by Eugenia Flynn and Bridget Caldwell-Bright, and also the forthcoming First Nations anthology,
edited by Janine Lane and Dan Borscher. So that's a lot to say, and just in particular acknowledging over the last 3 years that Indigenising agenda as a celebration, and credit to Esther as the editor. I'd like to invite Caroline. You spoke about I think it was the second recent Meanjin papers where you wrote about the history of the first people of Melbourne. I can't say I've read it all, I'll acknowledge that now, but what I found really interesting was that chapter was part of your PhD, and the archival information that you found, but also the oral history, yes. And you know, it's just amazing. It's still from your grandmother, is that right? That it's
My
still
great-grandmother, yes.
fantastic. Would you
And
like
I
to
believe she still lives through us. And this is we're celebrating her 100th. It's a centenarian since she's passed. So we've been working on a sculpture to represent us and be that she's the courage of that woman and the impact that that woman had witnessed, the decimation in Tasmania, the breakdown of cultures and removal of people from the landscape to come back to her country where she was removed from, to also see the decimation of her country. This landscape has totally erased the memories of all the first peoples of this country, and I think that was probably what the provocation to do something like a PhD challenge. You know, you work in a lot of universities over quite a number of years. You know, I've worked in every university in Victoria. Can you believe that? Setting up programs, teaching teachers how to teach, psychology, looking at Indigenous mental health issues, to be embedded into psychology. Unfortunately, we have to get embedded of the impact of trauma and those sort of issues that impact a lot of people in our communities. So it's sort of, and working in the art industry, working in Monash in the early days. So I actually am working with my students at La Trobe, making sure they came in the front door and went out the front door with qualifications that can match any of their counterparts. So it was the rigour, strengthening and supporting their opportunity to get through this colonial constructs of universities, you know, which for me, it was a challenge, a risk I took, even with native title. I'm now going to take the judge to court. No, I don't put up with their nonsense. When they err in law. So nobody would know the full extent when you really got to fight. And we had our battles in universities. La Trobe, I took them on. And I took students on, or non-Indigenous students on, who tried to discaffold us in having our own unit within the university, an enclave that we worked hard at getting to ensure our kids were being safe in their learning process and having the opportunities to forge forward into the future. And it was those challenges. So everything was a challenge and a risk. And I think that doing that PhD and then getting it published into Meanjin was another, I was getting exposed more publicly. So these are the risks you take, and it's a platform that we gladly move forward onto, and it's about how we sing, about how I'm looking at these themes, sing for the black, for the act to treaty. So it's all about that. So it is about celebrating the opportunities to be able to forge and move forward. And we are in these institutions and we can make an impact on these institutions. They are, yes, they are a colonial construct, but they're only a tool. I keep telling them that, you're a tool. And so it's about how we move forward collectively. We can't do it alone. You know, these are the sorts of things, opportunities like this is coming forward, strengthening our communities so they feel safe in the process of where they design their futures. Because it's going to build futures. And now young people, I work amongst non-Indigenous kids in architecture here, and I'm just so impressed how they listen, how they move forward, and how they appreciate and understand when they're on somebody else's country, and how they can unpack the colonial construct that they don't see us, they don't hear it, so they bring us back into the process. And it's that intersection between what they see now and what was, and you know, that deep time that a lot of people talk about, academics talk about it. I don't think they really quite understand it themselves because they're not on their own country. They're on this country and they can only research and unpack. But we're here to celebrate what we're here tonight, and thank you. We did our introductions, we checked each other out, where we come from, who we are related to. So that's important too, because we have a connection. Because you're on my country, you're part of my story now, even if you live in Canberra.
None of our country.
So isn't it, it's important that we know who we are and what it means to be, for me it was what it meant to be Indigenous, what it represented as an elder. It's an inherited right. It's not because I'm old. It's what I put back into my community and what I invest, and getting the tools out of these institutions. No, there's human beings, but you know, I'm saying the tools of the skill sets that we need to strengthen and build on the skills that of our own people as well. So we're investing back. It's not just writing papers on Aboriginal communities and as a deficit all the time. Look at the honour that coming from a powerful community that we've survived. There's many impacts of changes, whether it's been environmental. Melbourne's been one big tsunami, you know, of change, or climate change, because nothing here will remind me of the landscape that once was. It's very artificial. Nowhere that it says signage except Wominjeka, but no, it thinks it's a hello. So it's more than that, you know. So if that's the question you're asking me, I hope somewhere I answered it. I went on a circular.
That's okay.
That's a blackfellow way
how
of
mob
communicating.
Do it, yeah. And I think from there's more writing to come. And I've got to ask, you know, is there some poetry in there too? I'm sensing there's a poet waiting to be released. Yeah, see, she'll write some poetry, which I will now turn to Janine online. And Janine has been the poetry editor of Meandrin. And if Janine would like to share her role and what that's been like. Are you there, Janine? Okay, well, that's my question for Janine. We'll hold that. But I'd just also like to acknowledge the Cultural and Literary Advisory Board as well too. There's people like Dan Borscher on there, Winnie Dunn, Jing Hai Kian, Christos Silokas. We've had Sophie Cunningham and Grace Lucas Pennington as well too. And I might have missed maybe one or two, and myself as well too. And that board has been really useful to provide advice to Esther as the editor on some of the providing advice on cultural literacy, advice and some of the, I think certainly the First Nations advice and input to Esther as well too. And that's been, I think, an important and valued role for us as members, but I think also for the editor as well too. So I think that mutual respect and obligation and reciprocity worked both ways as well too. So that was a part of the last 2 to 3 years of the publications, and you can see behind us is the running through of the images of the papers and all the publications as well too. And also you may have seen the First Nations, that one, yeah, the first, thank you. The First Nations publications as well too, with a lot of the, well, it's all First Nations in there. I have to declare I'm in there too as a poet. But, you know, just something really great to see, a first, and I guess, you know, a bit of a challenge to all the other journals out there that, you know, there's enough Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander writers who you can fill at least one journal with, but there's a lot of emerging writers as well too, coming through universities, just through community with lived experiences. So it's great to encourage some of that new and emerging talent, and through awards, scholarships, publishing houses, they're getting that support and encouragement and that confidence to write, to publish poetry, short stories, young adult, you know, so it's great to walk into a bookshop and see more First Nations writers as well too being published. Okay, my next question.
Yeah, please. People to get a history of this town and the strength of my ancestors.
So this was my favourite part that I read recently about this recollection of the flooding of the bay due to the Ice Age. You don't mind if I keep going? Yeah?
Yes. I call it time of chaos.
Oh, okay, I liked it. To the Ice Age is even more remarkable because many Western scientists did not accept Ice Age theories until the 20th century. The Boon Wurrung recalled other stories from their past, including stories of great earthquakes, through dance, story and song. And Ngawi Caroline goes on to say, I present a contemporary retelling of this story in my capacity as Ngawi, which has been recorded in the online archive accompanying my doctoral dissertation. Many years ago, this land, that we now call Melbourne, extended right out to the ocean. Port Phillip Bay was then a large flat plain where Boon Wurrung hunted kangaroos and cultivated their yam daisy. But one day there came a time of chaos and crisis. The Boon Wurrung and the other Kulin nations were in conflict. They argued and fought. They neglected their children. They neglected their land. The native yam was neglected. The animals were killed but not always eaten. The fish were caught during their spawning season. As this chaos grew, the sea became angry and began to rise until it covered their plain and threatened to flood the whole of their country. The people went to Bunjil, their creator and spiritual leader. They asked Bunjil to stop the sea from rising. Bunjil told his people that they would have to change their ways if they wanted to save their land. The people thought about what they had been doing and made a promise to follow Bunjil. Bunjil walked out to the sea, raised his spear and directed the sea to stop rising. Bunjil then made the Boon Wurrung promise that they would respect the laws. The place the Kulin then chose to meet is where the Parliament of Victoria is now located. They debated issues of great importance to the nation. They celebrated, they danced. This land will always be protected by the creator Bunjil, who travels as an eagle. That's just amazing.
But it's now used as curriculum in the schools now. So I had the children in the kindergarten writing it, but we put more language into it. So children get to hear the sounds of our words in the language, and they illustrated my book. So it was their way of understanding the outcome of that history and their commitment. So it is a journey, and it's a journey of young people being active participants in the story, but it's also now used as part of the curriculum. I haven't cited it yet, but I'm told it's there.
Great, thank you. Janine, you've joined us, fantastic. Hopefully you won't have any more technical issues. I'll go to you now.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear us all right?
Okay, thank you, Mandan Guru. So who am I talking to?
Nawe, Professor Carolyn Briggs, and
Faulkner, Janine. Hi, yeah, I can see you on screen. So yes, I can see you now. Just a bit of a, yeah, Yerudu Marang, Nawit and Sam. It's good to be on a panel with you. It's a shame I'm not here under more cheerful circumstances to be on a panel with you to speak about Mianjin. I want to say first and foremost that the axing of Mianjin is part of a broader picture that I see as editing a national literary consciousness. When you take away a space like this, it's like editing a whole slice of a national conscience that once had a space to speak its truths and to speak in a rigorous and honest way and to bring many diverse opinions into that space. And when those narratives contravene, get too close to a national narrative, which is a bit of a mythscape, and they become threatening, that's when editing like this kind of moves in, and it's a type of editing of a national conscience in that sort of a way, a national literary conscience, the nation's conscience. Yeah, that's what I'd like to say first and foremost.
Do you want to continue? You've got some time. We've kind of got about 2 minutes left if you want to take up the rest of the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get to speak on it earlier, and the technology fiasco. The indigenisation of Mianjin over the last 3 years has been incredibly important. It has been central in bringing First Nations voices more into a public forum. And as a poetry editor, I've enjoyed having that freedom to really bring in many, many diverse voices in poetry and to bring all those together in the space of one kind of publication. And that was precious as well. And yeah, that has now gone as well, I guess. So I think it is an act of cultural pillage to do something like this. And I hope that the public backlash is loud, as it deserves to be. And I hope that this magazine just doesn't, this literary journal just doesn't die so easily as the University of Melbourne Press and those powers that be would like it to.
Thanks, Janine. Thank you for that. We might quickly go to any questions, if anyone's got anything to say, because I realise we're coming up to the end of the session. Before anyone wants to make any closing statements?
I think we've been sitting in an uncomfortable process at the moment because of structures or systems. But I think I believe what Janine is talking about is about the narrative and the diversity of these narratives, and having a platform like Mianjin was a vehicle, and we continue creating these narratives or exploratory processes of getting our voices out there and in a positive and constructive way. It's a tool. It's a tool that gets across and breaks a lot of the boundaries down. And people sharing something about their deep inner selves, sharing it with you because you're a part of the participants of this process. So, thank you.
And I'd also like to acknowledge Esther as well too for her work in bringing us all together as well. She has such a vast and deep network as well, and I think for some of us we've only gotten closer. And you know, it's a new chapter as well too, moving on to something else. So I think we'll all continue to find and work on new projects together.
Yeah, and I'd like to say that spaces like this, because national history does such a bad job representing First Nations people, spaces like this are one of the few places that we actually have to write our truths in poetry, in essay, in fiction form. And I think this is a space worth fighting for.
I think we'll end it there on that beautiful note. Thank you, Janine. Thank you, now Caroline.
I'm Guru. Sorry I couldn't say much.
Thank you, Samantha, Noe, Carolyn, and Auntie Janine. And
thank you.
Fantastic words, Auntie Janine. Thank you so much. And thank you all for your adaptability. Not the easiest panel anyone's ever been on, so thank you so much. You can sit comfortably or leave the stage. It's entirely your choice.
Whatever's easier. We're going to have a debate now. We can come down and be a mingle amongst you, lovely people.
I have very brief closing remarks because I know how unpopular closing remarks are if they're long. Does that mean yours are very long? Okay. Look, it's the end of a long day. I will be writing some thoughts. I will share them with you through the Informit newsletter. I've just found it an absolute privilege. I missed the last symposium because I wasn't here and I was not in Australia, but this has been an amazing experience, and thank you for all of you who participated and joined in for sharing. It's also been my privilege to co-host with Sarah, who is a powerhouse, and so it is to her that I will leave the final word. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. And what a day it's been, and thank you for co-hosting with us. This is an amazing symposium, and I think it's a great place for us to make sure that we can always describe, apply, and amplify. And I think that that theme still rings true today, even 3 years later. So I've got some homework for you all. Please make sure that you focus on who and why. Reimagine the future. Take this back. Bring your whole self, and make sure that you do something within your organisations to make sure that you can describe, apply and amplify Indigenous knowledges within your spaces. This partnership with Informit is really important to us, and we'll keep running this for as long as you keep signing up for tickets, submitting your EOIs and making sure that we can share these stories. I wanted to say a quick few thank yous before we get to the next important piece, is Informit and CAVAL would like to express our gratitude to the Informit First Peoples Lens Steering Committee, RMIT Storey Hall for the symposium venue and the excellent venue staff that are here, Social Sciences Week for including the symposium into their program, the RMIT Enabling Impact Social Change platform for their support, and the fabulous presenters and panelists, and also the convening team, Dr. Gretel Taylor. Actually, I won't actually go through everyone's surnames, but Olivia, myself, Lachy, Sarah, Jamie, Eleanor, Malcolm, Liam, Kathy, and Joanne. And apologies, and Sean, who's also joined us recently. The Informit and CAVAL staff for assisting us today, Pearson and Murphy for the catering, and Wurundjeri artist Lewis Wanden Basil for the artwork of Birrong Bick. I want to thank you all for attending this symposium today, both here and online, and thank you for being patient with all of the technical difficulties that we have had today. You are the community that is maintaining this momentum that keeps Indigenous knowledges rising, so let's keep this going. So with that, we'd like you all to join us at the Moat. We'll be going there very shortly, but thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you next year. Thanks.